I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho. Yes.
It's the old
He helped Daniel get out the lion's den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to the children? Why you lying to the children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bless. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to thought. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big manodas. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh lordy, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he farted. He's running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the debate lead. Yeah, I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Balling and crawling all the way from H-time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Michael got the raw, Shaq and Willie. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, arms open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, Death by cop, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been there. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bless. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Welcome to the Lion's Den. Please hit the like if you like the information that's presented tonight. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so and share.
Smash, share, subscribe, like. Lion's Den in the building. How y'all doing today, man?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah. So I wanted to I'm trying to actually pull it up so I can share it with you. But they said this dude real name is Aristobulus III. And his father was Antipater II. His mother name was Miriam IV, and they were all from the King Herod's line. And they basically saying like they changed the names and places and stuff to protect the integrity of those royals and stuff like that. Like, so it's real interesting. Like when you get to looking off into it. Oh, yeah, that's what it says. It says Miriam IV, daughter of Joseph, the mother of Aristobulus III, and they're basically saying that like all of this stuff is a cover up for a big royal drama. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I think it's interesting because you know, you have one story which is the biblical rendition, and then you have the actual historical account of like what actually happened and stuff, and that those things don't necessarily always match up. You know what I'm saying, as far as religion goes. So yeah, so you was talking about the Hesamian or the Herodian lines. Like you can you expound on that? Like you know, I really want people to like really understand that whole King Herod's line.
Okay, King Herod came from a family that never were really supposed to be kings, you know, because the seed line comes out of the tribe of Judah and through the house of David. You ever notice when you go, like, say, for instance, the first king was not of the tribe of Judah. It was King Saul, who was of the tribe of Benjamin. But then that second king was King David. And every king that came after King David were his sons, his grandsons, great-grandsons, things like that. Okay, Herod come from a line. A lot of people think Herod is a white man, but in reality, he's not. Because, you know, because here's the thing. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was just talking to a brother about this just a couple of hours ago. You know, King Herod comes from the Herodians. Now, remember when you go back into Genesis chapter 49, you know, when you go back into Genesis chapter 49, when it says, Dan shall rise up to judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Because see, here's the thing. Don't notice it said, now we got to think about, okay, who judges a people? Because because first, before we had kings, we had judges. Samuel being the last of the judges. After Samuel, we had a king. We never had a king before that. Okay. And after King Saul was King David. Okay. So when it says in the last days, Genesis 49 talks about the last days. That means from the time of Christ on, these are the last days. It said he will rise up to judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel, because the tribe of Dan was made real small. The tribe of Dan went astray. As soon as they got their land inheritance, they was the very last tribe to ever get their inheritance, to get their land. They dwelt next to the tribe of Judah, and they were still dwelling in tents at that time. So now when it says that he shall rise up to judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel, means he will not be a full tribe. But at the same time, if you don't have judges and you have kings now, what would that make Dan? That will make him a king. Okay. Because kings judge matters. Also, remember when I was just mentioning how we had judges before kings. Remember Samson, you know, Samson. You had you know, Jephthah the Gileadite.
When you say we had judges before kings, you mean like as far as Israelite, Hebraic culture and customs go? Because I mean, obviously we had kings way before.
No, we didn't have no. God was our king.
Well, when you say we, you're not talking about all of humanity. You're just talking about a specific people, right?
Yeah. I'm talking about us Israelites.
Right. So that wouldn't be consistent with everybody on the planet. It would just be with Israel.
No, they had kings. Yeah, everybody else had kings.
Right.
We wanted to be like everybody else, though. You know what I'm saying? So we start crying for a king too. God was our king. And the man, the man that was actually in the seat of judge, he was a judge. There's a lot of difference between a judge and a king, just like the difference between a king and a president. You know what I'm saying?
No,
All of
no,
these
no. King and the president
different
is pretty
offices,
much
right?
the same thing.
Like
King and the
like
president is pretty much the same thing.
no, they're not the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Kings and presidents, no, they're like say for instance, Barack Obama was a president,
Right.
but he had to listen to Congress. If what he wanted wasn't inconsistent with what Congress wanted, they can overthrow him.
Well, that's coming from a place of not knowing how royal courts work. Kings and queens do have to listen to their counselors, and they do have a group of people that keep that whole kingship institution in place. And if they don't follow certain rules and regulations as being king, they will be dethroned. So like it's,
I understand that, but see, here's the thing though. If Barack Obama had a son, will his son become president?
No, that's because
kings' sons do become kings.
That's true in some places. It just depends.
Just like
in ancient times, sometimes kings were born according to star patterns and
kings were
and
born
oracles and stuff like that, and they're not necessarily coming directly from the bloodline of the king.
They were coming from the bloodline, brother. Yes, they were. They were coming from the bloodlines. Bloodlines is real important when you're dealing with riches and power.
So David became king, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So was David's father a king?
King David's father, actually, Judah was looked at as the leader of all the tribes. But we remember, we didn't have kings at first.
We didn't
have them at first.
I understand that. This is what I'm saying. You said that the kings, the sons, become the kings. David was not the king, was not the son of Saul. Saul adopted David. No, he didn't adopt David. King David already had a father. His father's name was Jesse. I know that, but when I say adopt, I mean like in the spiritual sense. Like you would take on like a godson or something of that nature. Okay. So David was not the son of the king, and he became king. Wasn't King Saul overthrown? When you have a king and he's overthrown, right? A lot of the time, what happens is it becomes a change in the hierarchy. I think. Okay, you familiar with Game of Thrones, right? Properties and eventually came to his own demise. Yes. So that means regime change, doesn't it? It means regime change. Yeah, I know, but that's not the same context. Have you ever watched Game of Thrones? Yeah. Okay. Do you remember the Baratheon? Robert Baratheon, right? I think we kind of going, segueing a little away. The point I was making. No, it's not going away. I'm trying to get people gotta understand how this thing works. Just listen to me. Just listen to me. I gave you a good example of someone becoming king that was not the son of a king. I know. I'm elaborating on that, brother. Just listen to me. Okay. Now, remember when Baratheon, I'm giving an example. Okay. Remember, Baratheon was not a king at first. You had the Hungarians that were ruling at first, and all the kings come after out of the line of the Hungarians. Until Robert Baratheon went to war, and he killed the Hungarians and became king. It was a regime change. Yeah. Okay. So now that means. It's the same concept, brother. It's the same concept. I understand, but we don't need a separate concept. We already got a concept that we're dealing with, which is come from the biblical account. And I'm trying to give an example, of that. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Even if you got to go to something that's outside of the Bible for people, for people to get it. What's that? You don't think that the Bible is the best example? It is. I'm matching it together. Huh? If you listen to me.
I'm matching it together. Okay. Now, okay, I gave the example of the Hagarians and the Baratheons. Okay. So now going to the Bible, you had the house of Saul. God was cutting the house of Saul off. He didn't want King Saul to be king anymore. And he didn't want his sons to be on the throne either. Because King Saul disobeyed when the Most High told him to take out that whole city of Amalek. He did not do it. He said, and he told him to kill the cows, the livestock, all of that, but he did not do it. So when he did not do it, he left. What he did was he left King Agag alive. And when he left King Agag alive and then kept all the cattle and everybody divided that up, it put a curse up on the nation right there. Okay, so what happened was the Lord got very angry with him, you know what I'm saying, and decided that, look, I don't want King Saul ruling anymore, and I don't want his seed ruling anymore either, because God is the,
that goes to my point.
Listen.
Without actually
I know that, brother. I know that.
That was my
I'm going
point.
into the regime change. What happened with, with what happened with King David? So now King David becomes king. After King David was on the throne and he died, King Solomon became king. After King Solomon died, Rehoboam became king, going so on, and then the kingdom was split into two. So now the northern kingdom has its own king under Jeroboam, and his seed would be the rulers of the northern kingdom. And Rehoboam's children will be the kings of the southern kingdom, which is Judah and Israel.
Okay, so according to birthright and proper succession of throne, would you not say that David was an illegitimate king because he was not the son of a king?
No, he's not a legitimate king. He's the king that the Lord chose. Whatever the Lord chooses is what it is. Mm-hmm. He is the legit king. That's why Christ comes out of his line. He gave King, let me tell you why he gave Israel King Saul. And he told them what manner of king. He wasn't his top choice. He gave the Israel King Saul because he was pissed off at Israel. That's why he did that. He didn't want King Saul's seed leading. He didn't even really want him being the king. But since the nation of Israel cried for a king so damn much, he told them what manner of king that he was going to be, and it would be a king that would be, that the people would eventually cry about. So, and the Lord gave the nation of Israel a king out of his anger first, and that's what King Saul was. King Saul was out of his anger. King Saul was never the choice. You know what I'm saying? So now King David was his choice. That's why he wanted King David on the throne. So whatever the Lord, because we got to think of who was king at first. God was. Whoever God chooses to be king, that's what it is.
There were many kings, and Israel was always a vessel nation to a lot of other states, so there were always kings
in the nation of Israel. Yes, clear up until you get down into the last day, because Judah didn't sit on the throne at that time.
I'm saying Israel was subservient to other kingdoms, and that's
we are now. Yeah, we are now. We're subservient to other kingdoms right now.
I brought that up because we were talking about King Herod, and you were saying that King Herod was illegitimate. Like, now explain to us.
I'm walking it down. That's what I'm doing. I'm walking it down.
When
I went to King David lived long before King Herod, did he not?
I'm saying we want to focus on King Herod. Why was he illegitimate, according to you?
Because he did not come of the seed line of the tribe of Judah or the house of David.
Right, and we already established that David did not come from a king line.
Okay, here's the thing: he got to start somewhere. A bloodline, a king line, got to start somewhere.
Well, we all know
it's not just some things that just goes into oblivion somewhere. It's got to start. Every kingdom has to start with somebody.
Yeah, we know the
It
bloodline. The
don't just come
bloodline of the king.
out of the air somewhere. It has to
We know that
start with someone.
the bloodline of the kings come directly from the house of Cush. That's where all of the kings stem from. That's the reason
Out of
why
the house of
everybody.
Cush?
Yeah, that's the reason
No,
why
brother.
everybody.
Cush? We're
That's the
we're
reason.
not Cushites. King David wasn't of no Cushite tribe. Cush is of Ham.
I never said King David was of the Cushite tribe. I said
Okay.
that is where the king lines come from the house of
King of
Cush.
what?
Kings, all worldwide, all around the world. This is the reason why when people trace their lineages always go back to the Nile Valley, because that's where the king lines come from on earth.
It's got to go back to people, though. It can't just go back to a geographic location. It has to go back to people.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
like
So
just like if you
I'll give you a rundown. So the first king, according to the book, would have been Nimrod.
right.
Nimrod was the son of Cush. Yes or no?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so we're talking about a man who had a father, Cush. His father, Cush, was the first, was a king, and then his son became the
Cush
emperor.
was not a king. Cush was not a
Cush
king.
was a king.
No,
Cush-
no.
Cush-
Nimrod started
was
the king thing. Nimrod, it started with Nimrod.
Okay, so you agree that you can't be king unless your daddy was a king, right?
All kings have to start somewhere.
Right, and the line
You know what I'm
starts
saying?
with Cush, which
Yeah,
father,
you know,
Nimrod,
everybody,
and then from
all
Nimrod
seed
came.
lines of royalty have to start somewhere. Just like with
Yeah,
Nimrod being king, right? Notice Nimrod only had one son, and his son was killed in battle.
Yeah, I mean, like that depends.
Merodach was Nimrod's son. Merodach got killed in war, and Merodach had no children.
That depends on which narrative you read from. It depends on which narrative you read from dealing with Nimrod, right? So
Nimrod had no children, brother.
Okay,
he was king
like
by himself. He had no children.
Again, that is according to which narrative you're going off of. You know what I'm saying? There's other accounts of Nimrod. There's records of Nimrod having a son or a daughter named Sheba. You understand what I'm saying? So like that, it just depends on which narrative.
Much later, brother. And then, matter of fact, her name wasn't Sheba.
I'm not talking about the Sheba you know as Queen Sheba. Sheba, first of all,
can't be a king because she's a female.
Sheba is a title, and it means seven. It means seven. So we're talking about the seventh throne. Like we're literally talking about kingships and dynasties. So when you get to talking about
women can be a queen, she can't be women can be a queen, she can't be a king.
Well, again, when you say king and queen, that's still the same position. It's just one's male and one female.
It's not the same position, brother. It's not the same. King and queen are not the same thing.
The only difference between king and queen is one is male and one is female.
The king bears, a woman don't pick a king, but a king picks a queen.
No, that's not true, because the king's son comes from the mother. So
it comes from the father, man.
You can't have a baby without a woman,
and you can't have a baby without a man.
Yeah, exactly. So again, we're talking about the same. We're still talking about two of the same things. These are the same things producing of themselves. So when you have a queen,
then you got to think who was if she did raise a king, who was his father? Who was the king? Who was the king's father?
When you have a king, when you have a queen, her children are the heir apparent. They call it the heir apparent.
That's not Israelite culture. That's cultures of Ham or something. That's not Israelite culture.
Okay, so again, now you're saying that's not Israel. That's Hamite. That's Hamite stuff. So
that's Hamite and all the different, you know what I'm saying, different heathens and all of that. They do things like that.
Are you saying that the Israelites don't have Hamitic blood flowing through their veins?
Hamitic blood, that doesn't mean anything. You know what I'm
So okay,
saying?
so you
Matter
said
of fact, Judah.
having Hermetic blood don't mean anything.
Let me explain it according to the Bible. Judah had his wife was a Canaanite, an
Okay, so
African woman.
that right there, that right there,
Let me walk it down, brother.
that's already a jab. That's already
Judah,
a jab.
wait, stop. Let me explain, brother. It ain't a jab until I finish my point. Then you can jab. All right. Judah married a Canaanite woman. Those children didn't go on to be the rulers of Canaan, because Canaanites had kings. They could not be no kings of Canaan because their father was of the tribe of Judah, the tribe of Judah, the son of Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham. They ain't gonna let that fly. You know what I'm saying? The Canaanites had their own kings. All right. Now, Judah had 5 sons in total. God killed 2 of them. Was his firstborn that he had with his Canaanite wife. God killed him. Onan was his second-born. God killed him too. Shelah was his third-born. The Lord left him alive, and he became the father of the Shelanites, and he didn't. His children didn't have a damn thing to do with no damn Canaanites, and they were not sitting on no thrones of Canaan. Okay, now you have Phares and Zerah, who are also sons of Judah. You know, but their mother was Syrian. The children of Nahor, Abraham's brother. But could they go and sit on the throne in Syria? No, they can't. So what happened was Phares ended up he was the father, you know, the progenitor of King David, who sat on the throne in the nation of Israel, the tribe of Judah. That's how that thing worked.
Right. Okay. And that's fine. And like I said, when you're going off of that particular narrative, it's always going to be what the narrative is. So
that's
like I like to deal with historical accounts. I like to deal with like real things that we can actually verify. So when you get to talking about the Israelites, you're saying that the Israelites are not Canaanites, right?
No.
Right. Okay, but they do speak the Canaanite language, right?
Here's the thing. We spoke. Wait a minute. Who were they raised around? They were raised with their own people. They speak Hebrew with their own people.
Who were?
Shelah, the Shelanites. Who's the father of the Shelanites? Who is the son of Judah?
Yeah. Okay. So
they ain't with the Canaanites. They're separated to the Israelites because that's what they are.
I know, Israel became a nation in Egypt. That's when they became an actual nation in Egypt.
No, we became a nation actually after Egypt. After the Red Sea event inside the wilderness, because wait a minute, brother. We became a nation once we got them laws, statutes, and commandments. That's when we became. Became our constitution, and that's one of the things that make you a nation, also.
Okay, so
like
again,
America has its constitution.
Those laws that you're talking about still came from another nation, though. They learned all of that stuff in Egypt. All of that stuff was learned in Egypt, and it was transmitted from Moses to them. Moses was in the Pharaoh's house. So a lot of the hold on, brother. You keep cutting me off. See, now let me get my point out. So when you talking about the Israelites, then you have to add in the fact that these are mixed people of Hamitic blood and Shemitic blood, and there's no separating the two at this point. When you're talking about their laws and all of the things that they were doing, they learned those things from Egypt. They learned those things from Hamitic people. They married into Hamitic bloodlines and vice versa. So again, this is the reason why I asked you, were the Israelites Canaanites? You saying no, they weren't, but yet they wrote in Canaanite language. They had Canaanite cultures. The earlier Judeans and this, that, and the other had Canaanite gods. I mean, like the list go on and on and on. So
we weren't supposed to have that.
Okay, so when they do genetic studies, when they do genetic testing, and they test Canaanites, they don't find African blood, or what y'all call Hermetic. They don't find African DNA in those people that you call Canaanites. But y'all keep calling Canaan the son of Ham, and Ham is supposed to be the father of Canaan, Cush, Mizraim, and Put.
Yes, which is
Right.
Africans. Yes.
Okay, so if they're not finding any African DNA in Canaanites,
I don't even go by the DNA thing, man.
okay,
we look to
you
Jewish people
you don't follow
that
blood.
hate us.
So
They
hold on,
lied
hold
about
on.
who
So
we
you
are.
said
So
you
how can I
don't
go
go
to
by,
them for the truth?
you saying you
They
don't
lying
go,
about who they are.
you saying you don't go by DNA.
No,
So
I
that
don't.
means that, okay, so that means you don't give a shit about blood. So we
I
could
don't give a damn about blood. No, I
okay,
don't.
so we could wipe who was son of this and all of that off the table. All of that's none of
It's
that's
okay.
irrelevant.
I go
All
with
of that
what the
stuff is
Bible say,
irrelevant at
brother.
this point.
I go with what the scriptures say. That's all. That's what I
Right,
go by.
okay, and the scriptures were given to you by who?
Come on now.
No, hold on.
King
I'm
James.
just
King
saying,
James is a black man.
you saying that they be giving us lies, like you just said that.
Okay,
The
well,
same
okay,
people-
let me, okay,
hold on,
okay. Let me
hold on,
break it
brother.
down to you like this.
Hold on,
Do
let me
America?
finish my point. Let me finish my point. You just said that they be lying. They be
Yeah.
giving us lies, feeding us lies, and the same people that feeding us lies also are the same people that gave you the book.
They ain't giving you the book.
Okay, so who gave you the book?
They're not giving you the book. Then why was they sitting there killing you for being able to read then?
You say why?
Yeah.
Because
They gonna give you a book,
religion,
and then you read
because
the book, they kill you.
religion is a tool of psychological warfare. If you wanna conquer people, you gotta conquer
If
them
they wanted you
psychologically.
to read, brother, if they wanted you to read so badly, then why the hell was they killing? They wanted you to read that Bible so badly. Why was they killing you for reading it?
Because it's kind of
Because they
hard
didn't
to
want
keep
you reading
somebody.
it.
It's because
why.
it's hard, brother. You asked me a question, let me answer it. It's because it's hard to keep somebody enslaved when they're intelligent and they're literate. It's hard to keep someone enslaved when they have knowledge. So that's the reason why you would retard someone's literacy. That's the reason why you would do that. It ain't necessarily got nothing to do with just trying to hide shit from them. You want to keep them in a dumbed down state so they could be subservient. You know how hard it is to keep somebody smarter than you subservient?
Okay, so that means so that means that they, you said that they gave you the Bible and everything, but then at the same time they didn't want you reading it. So obviously they wasn't giving you the Bible. They wouldn't give you that. They gave you religion. They didn't give you the Bible. Why do you think so many people don't know what the hell's even in the Bible?
So
we in 2024. We in 2024. We are in 2024. We were brought here approximately around the area of 16, 19, all of that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Look how long we've been here, and it's 2024, and people still don't know what the hell's in the Bible.
That's because the Bible has almost absolutely nothing to do with the people that got took from Africa. That has nothing to do with it. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. The people that was stolen from Africa, none of them had Bibles. None of them had books. They didn't bring books with them. When they invaded them people, they didn't have Torahs.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go ahead and prove you wrong right quick, brother. Give me a sec. Deuteronomy. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go to the scripture quick.
You can't go to no scripture. You're talking. Because you just said, listen, brother, and this the reason why people get aggravated, dealing with this stuff. You just brought up 1616 when our ancestors was about here. So that means prior to, if they were Israelites, that means prior to 1616, they should have already knew who Abraham was. They should have already knew who Shem was. They already knew Torah prior to that. That's what that means.
They did, brother. They did. No, why do you think that they were killing off the older men first? They were killing off the. Let me explain. They were killing off the older men because the older men had the history, brother.
You just asked me a question.
Go ahead.
So you asked me why were they killing off the older men? That's because when you go to war, you want to get rid of the most knowledgeable and most skilled people in order to thwart the enemy's ability to combat. So of course you would want to kill off the men. Of course you would want to kill off the elders who can transmit knowledge, who can transmit identity.
Right.
There you
go.
Of course,
you own it right there. You said to transmit knowledge. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Then you say
exactly.
They want to kill. Okay, let me give you a little bit piece of knowledge right here.
I'm not done. You cutting me off. So understand this. When your ancestors came over here, they had religion with them. They had religion with them.
Everybody on the earth.
But it was not Judaism or Hebraism. It was not. In fact, they had multiple gods and spirits that they venerated and worshiped. We all know that. We know that a lot of our ancestors come from Benin. A lot of them come from Ghana. A lot of them come from the Congos. These people have their own deities. Like right now in the Caribbeans, down south. Voodoo, Ifa is some of the biggest religions amongst our people, and it has been among our people ever since we got here. Even before we got here, when you go back to Africa, they still practice voodoo, and they still practice Ifa, and there ain't nothing changed about that. And nowhere throughout the entire zeitgeist of Ifa, the Orishas, Yoruba, none of that stuff talks about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, nothing. So again, when you say that when we came over here, you're saying that we came over here as this? We were Israelites when we came over here? No, we wasn't. You became Israelites once you got here in America and you learned the Bible.
Okay,
and once you
I'm gonna go to the scripture, brother.
That's when you go to the scripture. How you gonna go to scripture when
Deuteronomy 28 and verse 16.
16:20 is
Deuteronomy 28 and 16.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a real quick question. I just want to get some context of what y'all talking about. Are you making the point that the Canaanites are not Africans?
Is this you talking? Oh,
I'm talking to the brother
I would have to agree with that statement.
Yeah. What? Say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
I would have to agree with that statement that they're not Africans per se, like as far as we know.
As in a Negroid,
when you say African,
Negroid phenotype,
black, dark-skinned people.
Hey, brother. I know the brother wants to respond to whatever you just said. I don't want to come in and start another conversation. Yeah, but so you saying that the Hamites are they're not of a Negroid phenotype?
I'm saying
the Canaanites. The Canaanites are not from a Negroid phenotype. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm saying that the Bible does not give you phenotypes in the book about what Canaanites look like, or what Hamites look like, or what Shemites look like. You cannot go in the book and find out how to identify a Shemite, a Hamite, or a Jephthite. There's no description.
Okay, I get that. What are you saying scientifically? What are you saying about the Canaanite?
Okay, so scientifically, they're saying that they ain't found no African DNA in Canaanites. When they dig up those bones and they test those people, they're not finding African people, sub-Saharan African, but they're not finding that in their DNA. So when they say that these are Hamites, they're calling Canaanites Hamites. That's the book calls them Hamites.
Africans. You can say Africans. You don't got to say Hamite, huh?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're calling Africans Hamites, and when they look into Canaanite DNA, they're not finding African DNA.
What are they finding then? Just to be real simple.
You know what? Whatever they find, it's not African.
Because we know that the Naphtali and them, and they, we hear Naphtali speaking about that a lot. That the Canaanites are actually, Caucasoid.
Yeah, probably some type of Asiatic, Indo-Aryan stock of people that came in.
That's another byword, though, brother. You saying Indo-Aryan, like I'm. I'm asking for you
I'm
to
saying
be specific. Are you
if I
saying
use a
that they are
different,
Caucasians or are they Asians? Are they
nah.
Mongoloid? Is it like a mix?
Nah, so Indo-Aryan don't necessarily mean Caucasian. You know what I'm saying? Caucasians just deal with one specific region in the Caucasus Mountains in the Anatolia area. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that they're white or Caucasians. You see what I'm saying? But Indo-Aryan is just talking about a specific group, stock, language.
I hate that term, bruh. I hate that Indo-Aryan term so much, bro.
I don't like it either. But at the same time, I don't want to call them people Iranians because that'll also give off a mixed signal, and I don't want to actually call them Hindus either because that also gives off a mixed signal. So I just use Indo-Aryan or Asiatic. You know what I'm saying, to to give a general sense of what we talk about.
Generalization. I got you.
Yeah, because if they're not finding African blood in Canaanites, then that means that Canaanites couldn't possibly be Hamites or Africans aren't Hamites.
Got you.
You see, it's either Africans aren't Hamites or Canaanites aren't Hamites.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it's just like,
or vice versa. Yeah.
Or vice versa. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying one is right or wrong. I'm just saying here's the information that's being presented, and we have to consider the information because we don't dig up bones. We don't dig up bodies. We not doing tests and DNA tests on cadavers and shit. You see what I'm saying? So we have to consider what they say. Not saying you got to believe it, but you have to take what's being presented in consideration. And when we look at Phoenicians, which are also supposed to be a branch of Canaanites, Carthaginians, which are supposed to be a branch of Canaanites, when they go doing them tests on them Carthaginians and the Phoenicians, they don't come back as Africans. They don't. In fact, when you go look at the depictions of them, they don't look like Africans. You know what I'm saying? They could be some type of mulatto, somewhere mixed somehow. You know what I'm saying? But they're not finding that in their DNA. So I'm saying that maybe we're just victims of some type of psychological warfare program, dealing with identity politics to keep you away from who you actually are. Now, I don't have no problem with being Cushite. I don't have no problem with being African. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? It's just when you say, oh, we did this, we did that, we had this, we had that, and then you're attaching yourself to the book when the book is just supposed to be a guide for you, for your morality. You're not supposed to be cosplaying and acting out the characters in the book. You're not supposed to be doing it. You're supposed to be being who you are. You know what I'm saying? To thy own self
You
be
are
true.
your ancestors, though, brother.
You
People
are
always talking to each other about the ancestors and all of this and that. You know what I'm saying? Your ancestors are actually in the book. If I believe, here's the thing, you gotta pretty much, judge a man based on his, you know what I'm saying, what he actually believes that he is. Because if you believe that some type of African and everything, hey, you know what? You got full right to go ahead and believe that. But me, myself, I go by the scriptures because I don't see no better accuracy as far as in a history book than the Bible.
So let me ask you this, right?
Now, hold tight for a second. This is Apostle. Okay. Let me get in here with just a question real quick.
All right.
What's good, Apostle?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing, man?
Peace, God.
Shalom to all of y'all, man. Peace. Nimrod, Cush's son. What city did you find?
Akkad, Babel, Eric, some, a few of them.
Sumer, right?
Yeah, there's a few of them.
Okay, no, yeah, but what I'm saying is the cities that he found are not in Africa.
No, they're not.
But Ham is his granddaddy.
Yeah, according to the narrative, right.
So according to the narrative. See, the problem is y'all think because of Ham, only Africans. Then you think because of Shem, only Asians. And then you think because of Japheth, only human beings.
Right.
That ain't true.
I agree.
All right. Shem had children in Africa as well as in Asia.
I agree.
Children in
Which would give you
Asia.
your answer to why the bones
So
look
I'm
mixed
showing
up.
you why.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, there are no Philistines or Phoenicians blood on the planet today that you can test. There is no Phoenician blood.
Yeah. I'm
And
already here.
I doubt it very seriously if there's any Canaanite blood.
Right.
Okay, because the
Right.
Canaanites mixed their seed in those seven populations that they were mixed around. The Ammonites, the Amalekites, all of these became Canaanites. All seven of those people that were in that area when Israel went there, they were all considered Canaanites.
Yeah. In fact, when Israel went into Egypt, they came from the land of Canaan.
No, they came from the land of Sumer. Abraham came from the land.
No. I'm saying when Joseph brought his family into Egypt, they came from Canaan.
When Joseph brought his family, they came out of Egypt.
No, they remember it was a famine. Remember it was a famine, and they came to Egypt. They came to Egypt for provisions.
Right,
and
was there,
Joseph stole a goblet or some sort from one of the brothers, put in the bag, made a whole scandal and made them lead a brother there.
I mean, we know the story.
Right. So they were actually living in the land of Canaan first, and then they came into Egypt under Joseph, and then they stayed. They stayed in Egypt, and then they left with Moses.
Well, yeah, around that land,
back
not
into
quite.
the land of Canaan.
They were closer to the Hittites, because it's the Hittites that Abraham bought the cave from, the Hittites, where he buried his wife Sarah. So they were more likely close in area of the Hittites, more so than the Canaanites at that time. They didn't go into Canaan. Until Joshua crossed the Red Sea. Crossed the Jordan, and they went in. That's when they went into Canaan.
But you also got to consider. You also got to consider the fact that they was in Moab as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's how Ruth is confused as being a Moabite.
Yeah, well, Moabites are cousins of Canaanite.
I mean, Israelites was in Moab since Lot.
Yeah. The Moabites and the Israelites.
I'm curious to know what you're saying about Moab, though, brother. What you got about Moab's bones? Because we know there's a lot of contention going with the Moabites. We know a lot. The Noble Drew Ali. And they connect the Africans.
I don't buy into none of that.
That word "more" does not come from the Moabites. There's no more in Moabite.
We ain't even gonna deal with that. That's even more outlandish. That's even more outlandish. Like, we're not even gonna deal with that. But we do know that Moab and Ammon come from the bloodline of Lot, and Lot was Abraham's nephew. So we know that.
And the Ammonites.
Right. So you got the Moabites and the Ammonites. They were cousins to the Israelites. They were bloodline.
Right. Lot was the nephew of Abraham.
Which means that was his brother's son.
Right.
Right. You see what I'm saying? So again, when they say, "Oh, these people are Canaanites," they're calling them people Canaanites because they live in the geographical area known at that time as Canaan. But that doesn't actually mean that those people that were there were actually Canaanites.
And it really wasn't supposed to be Canaan, but they disobeyed the Most High. They did not go to the land that He allotted them, and they went to the land that they desired. So that land was always intended for Israel. That land
So,
was always intended for Israel.
and,
Now, of
and
course, you
this
got to
this is
go
the
to
reason.
Jubilees and the book of Asher to read that, with the
This,
God
this is
line.
the reason why I'm always asking brothers of the faith, how do you identify a Shemite according to Scripture? And I ask these questions all the time. How do you identify a Hamite according to Scripture? And we're never actually getting definite answers. They'll bring up, well, Ham is the father of Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan, but those are land designations. Those are land
All
designations.
land designations come from a
A
Pathogenian.
principle,
It comes from a
right,
father.
a patriarch,
It
right.
comes everything, every land. That's why we know the Ashkenazi doesn't belong in Israel, because of Ashkenaz, the son of Gomer.
Yeah, but
That's why
but
we know that.
that's an identity that those people took on, and if you
Well,
study
sure,
Khazarian,
and they're admitting to it today.
yeah, they're admitting to it today. So like even when you get to talking about Ashkenazi Jews or Uz, whatever you want to call them, they're telling you that they adopted this shit, and that's not really them. They adopted it.
Right.
So we can't even look at them for anything because they already admitted their illegitimacy. You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this real quick, brother. Let me ask you this real quick. Would it be correct to assume that the mitochondria, not the mitochondria, but the mother's,
the autosomal?
No, the mother's side is
you're talking about the
that's the mitochondria.
Okay,
yeah.
so would it be correct to assume that the mitochondria is more prominent than the patrilineal side, being that the captivities, we know that once a captivity happens, the men are done away, they done out, and the women are having the children of the, of their oppressor. So I wanted to just hear from that. I know Apostle might disagree with that, but I wanted to hear what
I'm not sure if I really understand what you're saying.
I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. What he's saying is that just like over here in the Americas, a lot of us got European DNA because we were being raped by our oppressors. You know what I'm saying? And they was taking on our women, and he's saying that with Israel, like some of the similar things were actually happening. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with them. So when you trace back their mother lines, because to be honest with you, you can't really trace back the patriarchal lineage DNA like that because it only go back so far. But that matriarchal DNA, that shit goes back damn near 10,000 years. They could trace her back so far, it's ridiculous. But when it comes to the Y chromosome, they can't trace it back like that. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason, they can't. So and I know like that's y'all whole demo is like it comes from the father, the patriarch. But according to science, they got more information on your mitochondrial DNA than anything else.
That's why I be trying to tell brothers, y'all got to chill with this father seed madness, man.
Yeah, I agree.
If I could, let me interject something right quick. I was just wondering if anybody seen like the flyer. There was the advertising for this show right here.
No, I didn't see it. I just saw the joke.
Okay, what it is the Isupk KKK. Is like the Pharisees 2.0. I think we done got like way off the subject of what we supposed to really actually be talking about.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if anybody is actually familiar. If anybody is actually familiar with the Isupk KKK. Is anybody familiar with them?
Is it associated with the Isupk?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I said Isupk KKK because they hate niggas with the best of them. Yeah, right. Okay. Then what this is, actually, I'm telling you, the 2.0 is the fact that they are worse than the Pharisees were. And this is what this subject is supposed to actually be about. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so
that's what the whole flyer is about.
Where does that put Isupk KKK in with the rest of One West.
Okay.
GMS.
Who's the only one that claims 1969?
I thought they all claimed 1969.
No, they all don't claim it. They don't claim it like Isupk does. You know, they ain't putting it on their garments and all of that.
What is that in reference to?
1969 is supposed to be the year that One West was founded.
Oh.
Only Johanna actually really claims that.
Yeah, I didn't know.
So
that. I thought they all claimed
that means
they all
well, they don't. I ain't never seen them rock the stuff on their garments.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the one that's actually claiming it the most, that's claiming to be actually the embodiment of what Isupk and what the whole One West doctrine is supposed to be about, the only one that really solidly makes that claim is Isupk. So,
what do Isupk, do they follow the New Testament?
Yeah.
They read out of the whole Bible. They read out the whole Bible. It's not one or the other. That's what we know is Christianity. That's church. That's churchianity.
So do
you know
do they
picking one or the other?
Do they not follow Jesus or the Messiah, Christ?
No, they talk about Christ and everything. They all of the people that come out of all of the groups that come out of One West, they don't choose one or the other between the Old and New Testament.
Okay, so in the New Testament,
they are more learned than a lot of people are.
So in the New Testament, Jesus literally specifically told them not to follow the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes.
Okay, right, exactly. He said that's the point that's what that flyer is about.
Yeah,
and we ain't got like way off the topic somewhere talking about mitochondrial DNA and all of that.
Yeah.
I don't want us to run around sounding like when the flyer says one thing, and then we talking about the same damn stuff that Polite and them talk about.
Yeah, right. When it comes to
that don't make us look very professional at all.
When it comes to the Pharisees, I don't believe all the Pharisees, all the Sadducees, or the scribes.
Okay,
let's first define what Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes are, because I don't think people actually know what that is. Like, is that a nation of people? Is that an institution? Like, what is that?
Okay, let me explain it. Let me explain. Okay, let me explain what the Pharisees actually are. That's what I wanted to lead with. Okay, the Pharisees, the name Phares actually means separated. Okay. Separated. Now, Isupk claims to be not affiliated with no Israelite group. It don't say no other Israelite group. It says with no Israelite group, pretty much saying that they're the creme de la creme, right? Which would make them, the separated ones as far as from their own definition, right? And the name Pharisee actually means separated ones. So now, walking it down, going with that, what I'm doing, I'm going to show how they're like the Pharisees, but even worse. That's what that flyer is all about. And see what I'm saying? That flyer that had Johanna's picture on it and all of that, and this, that my let me clear it out up. I'm former officer of 5,000 of the Isupk. Former. I don't want people getting the wrong idea, as if I'm still with them. No, I'm not. I'm former officer to rock of the Isupk. No longer affiliated with them. All right, go ahead.
All right. So what happened? Why you decided to leave? First,
okay.
How long were you with?
I had talked about this. I had talked about this in a previous. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to get far off. I don't want to get off the topic. I want to do what the flyer says. You see what I'm saying? What the advertisement said is what I want to do in this one. But if you want to know that,
my apologies. But when I was listening into y'all speaking, y'all was talking about just the mixing and how the science don't back up the Bible. That's what the other brother was saying. So I was just
That's not what
responding to what
this is
y'all was
supposed to
talking. I
be
know that
talking
might have
about,
went off.
though.
Yeah, that was the only reason
Same
why I
as for
came.
me. I just heard y'all
Yeah, we
talking
can do
about,
that. We can do that in a future time, though. But
yeah.
see, here's the thing: if we start
How'd y'all
talking
even
about some
get
more,
into that though? How'd that tread off into that conversation is what I'm curious about.
okay, here's the. Let me tell
Yeah,
you
it don't
how.
even
Because we're
matter.
not sticking with the initial conversation. That's how that happened. When you don't stick with the initial conversation, you go off anywhere,
Yeah, true.
and then you don't even know how the hell you even got where you at.
Yeah, true.
And that's what happened to us tonight. That's why I'd
Yeah.
rather stick with what the flyer says. We can handle the other stuff later on. And as far as why I left the Isupk, I mentioned this in like about 3 other broadcasts. So if anybody's curious, they can go back and look at those broadcasts, but I don't want to go right back over that right now because we have the topic at hand that is on the flyer.
Where's the
Now
flyer?
let's, like the scriptures say, let's do everything decently and in order. Okay. And that's why I asked the question, is anybody familiar with the Isupk and the way that they move, the way that they do things? That's why I was asking that question right there. Can anybody chime in concerning that if they know anything?
No. I know. I can recognize Johanna. I know
Yeah,
Tazariak,
just
and
pretty
I
much
know
speak on what
Kaptazar.
you came to speak on, and then they could probably, build with you if
Yeah.
they know any information on that. But yeah, just continue with,
Okay. 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 Let me clear it up a bit. One of the things that they say about, the people that go out and teach, that be out there in the street, oh, they're like the scribes and the Pharisees. Don't they say that? Right?
But they be out there teaching, so I don't see
Yeah,
how they can.
I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
No,
But
So
that's what
I agree
people
with what
just
you said,
say,
brother.
even in their
Absolutely.
ignorance.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
They like the
even in their
they like the
ignorance.
scribes and the Pharisees for sure.
Yeah. That's what people say. Okay, let me give you an example. They say they make long the borders of the phylacteries. What are the phylacteries? The wrist guards. That's one thing, right? Okay, the wrist guards, a lot of the times, the wrist guards, they make them long. Sometimes they go around the wrist, but when they make them long, they make them go damn near up to the elbow, right? And they'll have spikes on it, studs, things like that. And what are these things known? What is the reason why they doing it? Is to be seen. That's why the Pharisees and the Sadducees and all of them did it, right? Attention hogs. You get what I'm saying? The same reason why somebody want to get the 33-inch rims. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to be seen.
There's
And they want to
actually
be
a scripture that speaks towards brothers on the street corner. I can't never remember this particular verse, but it say them who are on the corners who prophesy, they got their own lot as well. You familiar with that scripture, brother?
Yes, I know where you going with this. When it talks about don't pray like what the Pharisees do, so that they
Something
can
to
be
that
seen
effect,
of
but it's
The
men.
word was publicans.
Yeah, I
Be
know
not like
what
the
it's
you're
one
talking
that's
about.
it one
Yeah.
that goes straight to the corner though. It talked like specifically to not the one where it say pray outwardly. Maybe it is that one. Maybe it is
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah,
But I
Yeah,
it's
feel
they
the
like
one.
pray
there's
It's that
other
outwardly,
one. That's
like
the
to
precepts
be
one
that
you're
go to
talking
seen.
that
about.
effect.
They like to be
Yeah,
seen
yeah.
of men for their good
Right. That's it.
works. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Now here's the thing. It ain't nothing wrong with going out there and teaching on the street. It ain't nothing wrong with that. But see, here's the thing. Now, one thing that they would do, this is what was told to us to do in a major council. It said, if you give anybody anything, you better record it and you better say Commander General Hanna did it. Y'all hear that? Can y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah,
Yeah, I
we
heard
Okay.
you.
Can anybody elaborate on what might be wrong with that?
You talking about leaning into your own understanding?
No. Okay. When it was said to us in a major council if you do anything for anybody, you give somebody 50 cents, you better put it on camera and say Commanding General Yohana did it.
Oh, I got a dope little
So
concept.
you said he a scapegoat?
We see that with the
No, what
circumcision.
that's saying is, no, when you okay, what it's actually saying is you don't do a good thing for any damn body unless it's on camera and you give all the praise and glory to Yohana. That's what it's saying.
Like he's some God or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point that I was making. Yes.
Would you say that's something similar to the circumcision? To the way that there's a verse where it say they give circumcisions to dwell and parade within your flesh. Like I'm a brother that just gave another man. You feel me?
Yes, very similar. Good. Yeah. That's very similar to that. So that they may glory in your flesh. So now here's the thing. You give some guy, that's outside of the liquor store, you give him $1 so we can go and get him a cheap beer. You got to put the shit on camera. Not even thinking about that man's sense of dignity. You see what I'm saying? Not caring about that at all. Because see, that's the scribes and the Pharisees didn't give a damn about things like that either. You see what I'm saying? Y'all get where I'm coming from?
Yeah. Well, the
Now put yourself in that man's shoes. Now put yourself in that man's shoes, huh?
Right.
Put yourself in that man.
The scripture does say when you give in alms, you do it privately.
Right.
You don't make an announcement about how much you gave or why you gave. No, you give quietly, secretly.
Right. So that your Father in heaven can see it.
Right.
And bless you in the open.
Right.
But what do they do? No. They want to put it all in the open. Now imagine you were the man that asked for $2. Right? Could you imagine if you were the man that asked for $2? You know what I'm saying? And the man comes to you with $2, but then he puts the camera in your goddamn face.
Yeah.
How would you feel?
Used.
Yes. And then he putting it on Facebook too.
Yeah.
On top of that.
So with that being said, I most definitely could see how you look at them as Pharisees 2.0.
Yes.
Because
you see what I'm saying?
That's exactly what Jesus explained. Like when he explained why you're not supposed to be following them and stuff like that. He explained everything that you're talking about. They like lofty titles. They like being in the best banquets. They you know what I'm saying? They're basically dead in the inside, but on the outside they look like these righteous people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But inside they're empty. And so I most definitely could see the correlation between that.
And then
brother,
you ever notice?
Brother, real quick, what would you say is most important in Yahweh's mind? The voice of prophecy or charity? Which one come first? Which one is more more worth it, more impactful to the people?
Charity.
The spirit of prophecy is the testimony of Jesus Christ of Christ.
Right. Charity is the reason why charity, because without charity, remember what the Apostle Paul said, though I lay my body to be burned, and though I do all of these different things, but if I don't have charity, they pretty much saying that I'm paraphrasing, he said they are nothing.
Yeah, that's because the priesthood is supposed to be the one that is giving out those tithes and whatnot to the people, giving them clothes.
That is actually supposed to be everybody. That's supposed to be everybody doing that, but the priests are charged more because they are the priests. You know what I'm saying? Because the tithe is supposed to go up and then trickle back down to the people that actually need it. Yes, and then you have the Levites and everything that have to be over a charge like that, because you got the priests, and under the priests you have the Levites, which is all of them on the tribe of Levi.
If we don't have the Levites anymore, if we don't
I know
have
that.
priests
So
anymore, we're not supposed to be taking up a tithe anymore.
No, we're not supposed to be taking the tithe. Usually 100% correct.
That's right. So that would be any organization, not just IUSP, any
Yeah,
organization
yeah,
that's still taking up a tithe is doing wrong.
right.
So,
And
But we
that,
know
you
this,
know,
but we know there's always a flip side to things, though, brother. Because now, when you say that you say that the charity is more important, now it sounds like you taking out the fact and you excluding the fact that we're supposed to prophesy of who we are according to the the two sticks being joined together. So if
okay,
that person is telling you who they are, such as the Isupk, doesn't it make sense that they should be paid and tithe for the fact that they are bringing the prophecy? You see what I'm
okay. Here's
saying?
the
Well,
That
thing.
they
shouldn't go
supposed to
back.
be
Shouldn't it
giving
be
the
a
offering,
camaraderie?
but that's according to your heart. What it is and what it is today, the New Testament, they gave according to their heart as they
Yeah,
were led. So that could be more than the tithe. It doesn't
yeah,
necessarily have to be 10%. It could be 30%.
right. King
It
Solomon,
could be,
hell,
it
he
could
gave
be
way
the
more than
widow's
10%.
mite. It could be the widow's mite, which was 2 bits. But that's all she gave. That's all she had. She gave all she had. Even though it was a little bit, she gave more than them all because she gave all she had. So you got to take that in consideration when it comes to giving. And giving is a thing about the heart. It's not
yeah,
about how much I gave.
yeah. The reason why charity is such an important moral to have is because it's selflessness, or at least it's
Right,
supposed to be selflessness and
Right.
self-sacrifice. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Exactly.
And self-sacrifice is an ongoing trend in the biblical account, caring more about the community than yourself.
Yeah. Now, see, these
Exactly. There,
things
there you
I'm
go.
hearing, a
Yeah.
lot of what I'm hearing for the first time. A lot of what I'm hearing, I mean, just speaking of IUSPK, IUSPK, I don't know that much about none of the One West groups. I know about Sayak from being on Sonetta. I don't know him personally. I know about Katazak. Anybody else, I wouldn't be. If they walk down the street without their uniform, I wouldn't recognize. But those
Yeah,
3 guys, I would recognize. You know,
yeah. They
uh,
Jesus said you can always spot the Pharisees because they fly as fuck.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you know,
That's
I
one
don't know
thing
what to
right
say
there.
about GMS. GMS look like they got their grandma dresses on. So
Well, I
I
mean,
Yeah.
think,
to them they fly though. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like they got on the little breastplates. They got the swords and the little
yeah,
buckles
yeah. They
and
got the big stars.
bezels and stuff all over
I
their
said,
But
you
then,
wear a
but
star,
then
you
we
might as
also,
well wear a cross.
we also got to look at how they move also, like the example that I gave with the, what was told to us to do when if we was to give anybody anything. So what is this actually saying for them when them cameras off? They don't give nobody nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't, like I
You
say,
see what I'm saying? See,
personally,
now you're digging beyond just the clothing and everything that they wear. You're digging in
now
who these people really are.
one of the main
I don't know
contributing
nothing. I'm
factors.
just hearing this for my first time. That's what I'm saying.
So one of the main contributing factors of being a Pharisees is that it's really a political movement, or is ISUPK, are they into politics or whatnot?
Yes, there is. Here's the thing also too, as far as politics, as far as with their politics is on the inside, and they use
Okay.
politics against their own brothers. You see what I'm saying? They use politics. They'll try to get in good favor and everything, and pretty much kiss the asses of the brothers with the higher ranking because they want to bump somebody else out of their spot. Now, the scribes and the Pharisees and all that were doing the same damn thing. They were doing this all the way during the time when you go into the Apocrypha, during the time of Jason and them, usurping his brothers. Caiaphas was a usurper. And he became high priest because of politics. His league that he made with the Romans, and the Herodians and all of them people, you know.
Yeah,
and
that's
then when the
why he
time
got
came
promoted.
to,
Caiaphas
his
was
mind
a
was to throw Christ under the bus. Under the bus. You
Caiaphas
see what I'm
was
saying?
he was a Herodian.
No, Caiaphas was not a Herodian.
Yeah, he
Caiaphas
was.
was a Levite. Caiaphas was a Levite. You can't be a priest if you any. You can't be a Israelite priest if you
I
was
know
any
that.
other
Hey,
tribe.
Herod was
You can't be
queen.
that.
Herod
No, the
was a king,
priesthood. No,
and he
huh?
wasn't of David.
He was of the sons of Aaron, but he wasn't. But he was still a politician, though.
Herod was a Herodian.
No, this is not Herod. This is
Appointed.
talking about Caiaphas.
I
We
know
talking about
the
Caiaphas.
chief
We ain't talking
priest.
about Herod.
Yeah, I'm talking about Herod the king. He wasn't
No,
from the
let's talk
throne
about
of
no.
David.
You mentioned Caiaphas.
Right.
Caiaphas
And
was a
Caiaphas.
he wasn't no see lot of Herod and all of that.
For the most part, a lot of the Pharisees of that day and time. That's why Christ called them open sepulchres.
Okay, the Pharisees were made up of different tribes. The Apostle Paul was a Pharisee, even though he was of the tribe of Benjamin. The Pharisees didn't have no specific tribe to them, but the priest did. The priest had to be of the sons of Aaron. It couldn't be anything else.
Up into the period of Maccabees, I would agree with that.
Yeah, the Maccabees were also the children of Aaron too.
That's right. But after the Maccabee period, I will say no. Before the Maccabee time,
it was still the same, brother. It was still the same way. The Lord dealt with the priesthood himself. No other tribe can hop up and become the priest. The Lord dealt with the priesthood himself and took the priesthood away.
Yeah, by the time the Romans came in there, because the Romans started appointing.
Yeah, they was already Caiaphas was one of the last. Caiaphas was one of the last of the priesthood. After Caiaphas, there was no recorded priests anymore. Remember John the Baptist? Remember John the Baptist? John the Baptist's father was a high priest during the time where he was
a priest. He wasn't the high priest.
He was the high priest. Yes, he was.
He was.
John the Baptist's father was the high priest at that time.
Okay.
And the thing about it is, the Lord was getting ready to do away with the priesthood. That's why John didn't be in the seat of him.
Well, he was a Nazarite.
Yeah, and he was also a Levite. Yeah, he was also of the sons of Aaron.
Yes, he was.
But
what I'm saying,
yeah, but the Lord did not want him in that seat. The Lord wanted him to be a prophet, not to be priest.
Is there a chance that John was a Levite only on his mother's side?
John was a Levite.
Yeah.
John was a Levite.
Yes, he was.
Yes, his father
took that vow and became a Nazarite.
No,
just like Samson was a judge. But when Samson
his mother, his mother, because his mother made him that. Because see, here's the thing: when women are getting a little too old to have a child, you know what I'm saying? Just like Samuel's mother, you know how Samuel's mother was vexed because she was the only one of Samuel.
She made a vow to God and said, "You give me a son."
Yeah,
and I'll give
exactly.
Him back to you.
Just like the same deal was made with Samson. This is before they were born. They didn't take the vow themselves.
Right.
Their mother and father did that.
But does it specifically say that his father was you talking about Zechariah, right? That was his father's name? John.
Yeah, that's John the Baptist's father's name. Right.
It said that Zechariah was a Levite. It says it in
Yeah.
Does it say
he was operating? He held the office of high priest at that time. You know what I'm saying?
You know, there's
and
a lot of
Jesus
conspiracy with Mary.
was his cousin.
We see a lot of people say that Mary had some Levite.
Yes, she was of the daughters of Aaron. She was of the daughters of Aaron.
Right.
Mary Elizabeth was her cousin.
Right.
All of that Levites, Zedekiah, John the Baptist, Elizabeth. The only one that wasn't of Levite was Joseph. He was of the tribe of Judah.
And you know, a lot of people will argue with you about that, though. You know,
but they can argue all day. The scriptures say what they say.
The whole Mary name was Judas. Did y'all? I mean, her father also name was Joseph.
Right, but see, here's the thing. You know, the Joseph, her husband, was of the tribe of Judah.
Right, But Joseph,
And that's
her
why
father, was of the tribe of
Christ
Levi.
is of the tribe of Judah.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's why he's called the Lion of the tribe of Judah.
Of Judah. Right.
Yes.
Unfortunate for Christians and a
But
couple other
he had,
people.
Judah and Levi, you know what I'm saying, pretty much, came together. Now, to think about it, because Christ, when he comes back, he's going to be king and high priest.
Right.
So now his cousin, John the Baptist of the tribe of Levi, of the sons of Aaron, the son of Zedekiah, the high priest of Israel at that time, of the southern kingdom.
Do agree.
And 100%. He has his father, Joseph, the son of David, the descendant of David, the King David. You know what I'm saying?
And the reason why Christ could not sit on the throne when he came is because of the curse. And he had not went to the cross. Once upon going to the cross, the curse is broke. That's why now when he returns, he will sit on the throne.
Exactly. Right. So when it said David,
the curse of Yakanah what was that? Coming out of Babylon. I think his name is Yakanah.
You talking about Christ? You talking about his forefather, right?
Right. A curse was put that no one else from his line would sit on the throne.
Yeah.
So Christ had to break the curse at the cross.
Right.
Now Christ can sit on the throne, but he couldn't sit on the throne when he came the first time.
Right. Yeah, he came.
And that's why every person after the curse, all of those lines, everybody, even Herod, was not lawfully sitting on the throne.
Right. That's the point that I tried to make earlier, right there. I think it's before you got on here, brother. That's the point that I was making right there. When we very first got on this in this group and everything, that's the point that I was making to the one brother.
Right, because that was the exile points, the exile king.
Right.
Judah.
Right. And
y'all want to court, man. Y'all good, man. Y'all good.
Okay, so now, as far as with the example that I gave concerning the giving any type of alms and wanting to put it on the camera, I'd ask the question, how would one of you brothers feel if somebody did that to you?
Have you ever heard anybody using the verse when it comes to Yahweh Shai, speaking about the humble, not the humble servant, but I believe it's the rich servant, to where Yahweh Shai brings up that he would ask his money for usury. You familiar with that particular verse, right?
That he would add his money for usury? I'm not following you.
It was talking about the talents, you know what I'm saying? And
we're talking about the one that had the 1 talent and the one with the 5 talents and all of that.
And then he put it, and then at the end of it, he say something
this is a little different right here.
But I'm asking you, have you ever heard anybody use that within the camp? Like Christ said he was going to use his money for usury, so you know what I mean? Okay. Here's the thing: when we back in rulership under Christ, we will be able to put usury. We can't put it on each other, but we will be able to put usury up on the other nations. Which means if somebody borrowed $100 million from us, then and we decide we want to put a 20% interest on that, we can do that. Yes, we can do that, but we can't do it with each other.
Right.
What Christ is teaching us how to love each other, because we hate each other. You know what I'm saying? Somebody have a black business right now, right? Somebody have a black business right now. Let's say it's a food joint or something like that.
Right.
Oh, no. We want to make sure that everybody comes in is treated so equally when they don't treat us equally in their stuff.
Yeah. Like this brother in the chat that says he's the last prophet and he's the Messiah, Tyrone. Every time I'm on here, all he do is spit hatred at me. The brother can't show me no
He said
love.
that
You
he's
know,
the last prophet. Is that what he
yeah,
said?
yeah. He
What's
say,
wrong with
Oh,
oh,
that?
he
yeah.
say he's a Mashiach.
What's wrong
Yeah,
with
I
spending last
Don't
respect
make
it.
prophet?
judgment.
It's
My
best
judgment
like
day is
people like
coming.
that really just don't pay attention to him for real because
Yeah,
we got
yeah,
actually
Bro.
we have a
yeah.
topic to
Now I
stick
just got
with.
to
You know what
shout
I'm
him out
saying?
out there. Let him
Oh,
know
okay, yeah,
that the world
okay,
see him. He just
That's
need a
right,
shout
right,
out.
Bruce Leroy.
Yeah.
Leroy.
yeah, you
Leroy
know,
Grant.
What's
but
wrong with him being the last prophet?
yeah, okay. So now, the next, talking point of how the ISUPK is like the Pharisees and worse. Um, let's see. I mean, there's just so many ways, that they are. Hell, a lot of times I don't even know where the hell to start. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pick up with a scripture right quick. Go to Matthew's. Can anybody got their Bibles with them right now?
No, I don't even own the Bible, brother.
No, okay, no sweat. I'll be able to pull it up. No big deal.
What
Give me a
chapter you
second.
on? What chapter you on?
Matthew 23 and 5.
Yeah. Hold on for a sec. 25, 20, 22, 23, and 5. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad
Yes. Okay.
their
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait. Stop right there. I'm gonna break it down. ISUPK with their food and clothing drives. Right. Okay. Anybody familiar with ISUPK food and clothing drives?
yeah. I've seen it on
Okay.
TV. I mean, I've seen it on YouTube.
Right. Now, on the surface, don't it look like a good thing on the surface? Oh, yeah, they feeding and clothing our people. Don't it look like a good thing on the surface, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, does anybody know where they get with all the millions of dollars that they got, where do they get the clothes and the food from?
Probably they probably got a 501c3.
Yes, donations, right? But see, here's the thing. Now, say you a student, you in need, you a poor man, and you interested in the school real good, right? And now they got you on camera, and you getting some clothes, you get a little jacket, and you get a box of food, right? Now, let's say that you join ISUPK, you join them, and then at some point you like, wait a minute, you notice something's wrong and everything, and you decide to question it, and they look at you as if you're attacking their school. And then say you stand on your square, right? Let me tell you what they'll do with you. They'll pull up that recording and show you getting a food box from them and a jacket from them. And they're going to shame you so much so to the damn point to where you think you owe them for the rest of your life. Muhammad, he's real good with doing that. Now look at that. Did they? No, wait a minute. Did they give that to you out of a pure heart, or did they give it to you? What was their intentions behind giving that to you?
I'm sure to get you to join fellowship.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Once you join, now you owe them. Say you get a job, you make $600 a week on your job. You owe them $60 every week as far as tithes, and say you on that job for 2-3 goddamn years. How many times over have you paid for that box of food and that jacket?
Wow.
You see what I'm saying here? You see what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you a question.
That's not just counting that, because now what you owe now, especially if they know what you make, now you got to pay the $300 for the annual cookouts. If it's around your city, if you live in the Midwest, you're going to have to pay $300 for the Midwest cookout. Passover's $200. And that's after you got to pay that first up front before you even get your plane ticket or any goddamn thing. Just look at that. Look how many times you paying for that box of food and that jacket many, many times over. Camp funds, $10 a week. Goddamn funds for this, funds for that. You get in Hebrew Academy, that's $100 for the jacket once you at the end of the Hebrew Academy, right? And then the money that you got to spend traveling to get to these places also is coming out of your pocket. Your own food, you got to take care of your own goddamn bills, all of that stuff, and pay them too. How many times did you pay for that box of food and that jacket that you got? Over and over and over again. And as soon as you find out and you figure out and you start to see these people for who the hell that they are, not counting the fact that they pretty much told you half-assed to say fuck your family. You know what I'm saying? Your family, your friends, every damn thing that you don't know, you don't cut them the hell off, right? And now that you're inside this damn school and you find out that this ain't what you think it is, and they hit that you finding that you starting to figure them out, now they're gonna shame you for that same box of food and that same damn jacket that you got, even though you done paid for that goddamn thing 100 times over.
Priest, let me ask you a question, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when it comes to tithes and supporting the organization, being a faithful member of the organization, do they make you feel like you have to do these things? Do they make you feel like you don't have a choice?
Yes.
You have to do this.
Yes. I know where you're going with this. Yes. Look at General Muhammad's classes. He'll lay it all out for you. He'll lay it all out for you. You owe them every damn thing that you got and what you don't have.
So this is not much different than from the Christian church.
It's worse than the Christian church because, see, here's the thing. The Christian church is not they're not gonna come straight out and shame you like that. You eat a dinner at the Christian church, huh? Well, some might, but they're not gonna come like these niggas will.
Yeah, I mean, I know churches. You become a member, you got to bring in the statement, show how much money you earn. And you have to pay. You have to sign. You literally have to sign paperwork that you're gonna. If you don't pay your tithe, they can take you to court for it.
You see, nobody needs to sign a goddamn thing with them people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, a lot of those churches give out loans, though, Apostle. You know what I'm saying? Like that makes sense in the context. Huh?
Do give out. I know. I can count the churches I know on my hand, and I know a lot. I've been in the Christian faith for 44 years as a pastor. Of the people that really get help, from a real help. I know a few pastors that have paid mortgages, have bought cars for people that needed them.
Exactly.
Has employed. I know a few.
Yeah.
But I can count them on my hand. Okay.
So there's some good things that the Christian church do now. Hey, you heard me though, right? Man. There's a lot of good things that the Christian church does do now.
Yeah, they are. But nobody, listen, whether you pay tithes or not, that should be between you and your maker and your God. That's no sin. That's your burden. If that's what is up. If that's your relationship, it's not with a building. Your relationship is with Christ. That pastor is there to guide you in that relationship. Okay? God forbid he causes a problem. He does something that leads you to walk away from Christ. Woe to the pastor that scattered the flock. We got to be all, so when you're placed in a position of authority over people, understand what the church is. It's not a concrete, it's not a building, man. It's the body of people, it's the people. That's the church.
Okay, ain't that Pharisee type of when the church that thinks like that, that's a Pharisee characteristic right there, ain't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Right. It's just like that's what how the Isupk is also. And see, here's the funny thing about it, because I done heard too many stories of abuse from way back in the day. These dudes were ahead of the game when it comes to abuse, because I'm just now hearing about things like, within the past 10 years, like double and triple ties and stuff like that. Even the Christian church wasn't that evil back then.
Y'all
You
know
see what I'm saying?
JT? Y'all know Baby Hebrew?
Right. Yeah.
Do you know Baby Hebrew?
Yeah. Baby Hebrew and JT. Right.
Yeah, they're the ones that brought him.
Oh, they brought him here?
Yep.
Right.
Baby
Yeah.
Hebrew? Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm new school Isupk. They old school Isupk.
Yeah.
So we linked up together and everything because we were like the missing pieces to each other's puzzle.
Okay, where are they tonight, Karima? I talked to JT the other day.
You said what?
I said, do you know where they are tonight?
He called. He said the video they did some of that video, but they came up. But he listening.
Okay. All right. Well, I shout out to my brothers, man. If they listen, they can hear me. Shout out to Baby Hebrew JT. Okay. Shalom. Love you, brothers, man. All right.
So how do the Persians fit into the whole Pharisees?
Persians ain't got anything to do with the Pharisees, brother. Persians was Artaxerxes in them. Medo-Persia, that was Artaxerxes and Darius the Mede. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got anything to do. Yeah, there was no Pharisees during that time.
No.
The Pharisees come around much later on.
Yeah, we were in bondage, man.
Yeah, I was studying along while we was talking, and I had came past this. It said the Hellenistic period of Jewish history began with Alexander the Great conquering Persia in 332 BC. It says the rift between the priests and the sages developed during this time. See, it says the rift between the priests and sages developed during this time, when the Jews faced political and cultural struggles. After Alexander's death in 323 BCE, Judea was ruled by the Egyptian Hellenistic Ptolemies until 198 BCE, when the Syrian Hellenistic Seleucid Empire under Antiochus III seized control. Then in 167 BCE, Antiochus IV invaded Judea into the temple, stripped it of its money and ceremonial objects. He imposed a program of forced Hellenization, requiring Jews to abandon their own laws and customs, thus precipitating the Maccabean revolt. Jerusalem was liberated in 165 BCE, and the temple was restored. In 141 BCE, an assembly of priests and others affirmed Simon Maccabees as the high priest and leader, in effect, with establishing the Hasmonean dynasty.
That's talking about the changing of tax collectors. Who was running the tax?
And it's also talking about the changing of the guard as far as empires. You had Babylon first, then Medo-Persia, and then you got the Greeks, the empire of the Greeks. Then, but that was all, that was all heathen kingdoms and everything, and by the time Christ come on the scene, Rome was in power at that time. But they really didn't have much to do as far as with us like that, because we had our own culture. We had our own culture, all of that kind of stuff. Even though we had to pay the taxes and everything to whoever was in rulership, we still operated as a separate culture. the Pharisees and the Sadducees and all of that, they started getting in league with Rome, you know, during the time of Christ and all of that, started really getting inside the league with Rome and everything, you know, because there was a brotherhood between us and Rome at first, because we helped them conquer the Greeks.
Hey, would you say there's any credence to when Christ say to the Pharisees, he say, "You are of your father the devil"? Would you say that has anything to do with him saying or connecting their lineage to be with Esau, being that we know? Nah,
that's not what
I mean,
that's not what
I
that's
asked
talking
that, but
about.
hold on, let me just finish. I asked that because what you just said with the whole Pharisees, you know what I'm saying, how they became the tax collectors and whatever it may be.
No,
You know what I'm saying? We
the
see the
tax
wickedness
collectors.
happening with the Pharisees to where it's like there's a
No,
possible
no, no.
chance that the bloodlines was kind of getting mixed in with the
No, brother, there's
actual.
no such a thing as all a mixing of a bloodline, because the Bible's not confusing. The Bible doesn't confuse. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing right here. The Pharisees did not become the tax collectors. Matthew was a tax collector, but he was not a Pharisee.
Right.
Tax collector was simply a man that worked for the Roman Empire,
They
you
work
know what
for
I'm
the
saying, to collect the taxes and everything. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a nigga working at H&R Block or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, so it was
saying to the point. I'm saying to the point that I would it to me it sound like the Jews was actually okay. I'm gonna just drop it. Paul, we see the conspiracy with Paul being actually mixed with the Herodian.
Paul was not mixed with the Herodians, brother.
I'm not saying, I'm not making that as my position. I'm saying that we see the conspiracies, right? And that whenever we see conspiracy, we know that there is either somehow, you know, this type of things are happening, or it's absolutely false. Now, I would be one to say that it's something that was happening and that it's not something that is absolutely false. Now, it may be false with Paul. Hold on, let me finish. It may be false with Paul, but we know that the even Herod, Herod was mixed, right?
Well, the scripture does not say that, though. I can't say what the scripture didn't say.
I got information that Herod was in Herodian. He is Esau.
Yeah, he's most definitely.
Let me go back to the question that the brother asked, though. Let me go back to the question that the brother asked when he said, "If the year of your father, the devil." That's not talking about a mixing of the bloodlines. That's not what that's talking about.
So he wasn't referring to Esau.
Wait a minute, hold on. He followed it up by saying, "And the lust of your father ye shall do." Right? Okay. Now here's the thing. Who were we trying to be like at that time? We were trying to be like the Romans. We started taking on Roman customs and started getting into politics and start to act just like them, just like what Johanna is them doing. That don't mean Johanna's bloodline is crossed up and mixed. It means he's taking on all the goddamn ways of America that enslaved black people, and he's getting his cut himself up. Is JT on here?
Not yet.
Is JT on here? Because JT could vouch for what I'm saying. JT and Baby Hebrew and that other brother Kahan. So when it says "ye are of your father the devil," and use that whole situation, what Johanna was doing with them, that actually shows you what that scripture is actually talking about.
It may even show them brothers may just be Esau, brother.
No, they could just be evil Negroes.
They could also be.
There was plenty of those.
As well.
Korah wasn't mixed. Moses' uncle Korah, he wasn't mixed. Moses' uncle Korah.
Well, wouldn't it be correct? Mixed. Wouldn't it be correct to assume that if the Pharisees was trying to be like the Romans, then they was doing everything that the Romans was doing?
Yes, but that don't make their blood something different. They don't make they just evil niggas. That's all that is.
Okay.
You got evil niggas, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta have devil juice in you to be an evil nigga. You just be an evil. Judas wasn't mixed.
So
Judas was not mixed at all.
So you saying there was no Herodians, no East Edomites, no Anyite
I'm
that
not
was
saying there was no
creeping up
within
into the
us.
Pharisees and the Sadducee position.
Edomites,
Hear what I'm saying, though, brother. Hear what I'm
man.
saying, though. The
No,
Pharisees
brother,
and the Sadducees, huh? What you
they
say?
didn't want nothing to do with no nigga religion. They had their own thing. They're wrong. They're wrong. Why the hell would they want to be running around a bunch of niggas? They're wrong. Powerful wrong. They ain't got to do
They
that.
believed in Saturnalia.
They trying
believed
to
in
be close to
Saturnalia.
Caesar and Pilate and them. They ain't trying to be close to no goddamn niggas. They trying to be close to Caesar and Pilate and Aristotle and all of those dudes, man. They ain't trying to be fucking around the ghetto with no niggas. You know what I'm saying? They own the thing. They don't even live there. They were owning, getting the taxes and everything that come out of there without having to be there. Just like who the hell's gonna want to live in goddamn O Block? You think them niggas, you know what I'm saying? You think them devils are gonna come down to goddamn O Block in Chicago, be living there and shit? Hell no, they want to be living with them niggas, but they'll take the money that come up out of that and they'll go on the north side with that. They'll go and they on Lakeshore, they on goddamn Lakeshore Drive some damn where. They try to be a bunch of niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm honestly and I'm genuinely asking because I don't have all the answers. You feel me, brother? So
I feel you. I feel you. Yeah. I'm just saying there is no the mixing up thing and all of that stuff. No. We wasn't mixing up and all of that because there wasn't no whole bunch of mix up when our asses ran down into Africa. You know what I'm saying? Running from the damn Romans. There wasn't no goddamn mix up there. There was niggas running down there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was straight up niggas running down into Africa. You know, mixed nigga would have stood out like a sore thumb. Everybody black and damn Mason Spades.
I'm gonna continue to watch in the background. Okay, I got y'all. Okay. I'm gonna continue to watch. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, man. But I will continue to watch. Good seeing you, Karima. Big ups to you. Keep doing your thing, sister.
Do lessons. Let me know. Let me know when you do your lessons. So I can let me know when you do your lessons so I can double record it for you.
Oh, okay. All right. Appreciate that. Yeah, okay. All right.
One thing that we got to understand too is back then you didn't have all this poor white trash and all of that. Rome was everything. You know what I'm saying? Rome had the power to strengthen its poor people and often did. You know, get what I'm saying? To where the lowest Romans was above the Negro. You know? I mean, so, you know, and then at the same time, they had all of these heavy taxations because the Jerusalem was taxed more than any damn per capita was taxed more than any city on the damn earth. Had to pay more in taxes to Rome than what anybody else did. You know, so they were affording to live where they want to live at. You know what I'm saying?
I think Haiti living,
huh?
So they living in
Haiti got who beat?
As far as being the most taxed people in the world, I think Haiti got beat.
Well, Haiti are the Levites. But I'm talking about there was no Haiti back then.
Hold on. What do you mean the Haitians are the Levites?
That's the tribe of Levi.
That you do know the Haitians practice voodoo and Ifa.
Yeah, I know. We all fell into something bad. That's why we went into slavery.
Whoa. What make you think Ifa and voodoo is bad?
What? Say that again.
What make you think Ifa and voodoo is bad?
Well, okay, I couldn't understand. I think Ifa is what?
What makes you think Ifa and voodoo is bad?
Okay, for one thing, it's not of the Lord. That's what makes it bad. Okay. Roots, all the roots and hoodoo and all of that stuff, casting spells on your man, pour your blood in the spaghetti. What did the scriptures say? You don't supposed to eat no blood.
Yeah, that's what the scriptures say. Pour your blood in spaghetti is not a voodoo practice, bro.
That's still part of voodoo or one of those branches of it.
No, it's not. That's some secular stuff that
Okay,
came
let me
in
go on something
with
else.
the
Okay,
demonization
the other
of
rituals then.
voodoo.
Do they make poisons out of the puffer fish?
I mean, they do use alchemy.
Yes, you see what I'm saying? So now, the one thing that's big in Haiti is zombification.
Okay.
That's huge. Okay.
Okay.
So now, what do people do with that puffer fish? You ain't supposed to be taking no puffer fish toxins. You ain't supposed to eat it. You ain't supposed to even touch its dead body, according to the laws of God.
You call voodoo and Ifa bad, and you said it's not of God. You said
It's
not
not
of God.
of the Lord. You don't see voodoo and hoodoo and whatever else. You don't see that stuff in the Bible, unless it's talking about
the Bible. The Bible is not the end all, the begin all. It's not.
Brother, it is for me.
So
this is my train of thought. Everybody else can believe what they want to believe, brother, but the Bible is my train of thought.
Now, are you negating that the book also says that God gives measure to all the nations, they own understanding and wisdom from their own nations?
Exactly, and I'm understanding mine.
And I'm saying the book, so that means that voodoo and Ifa would be from the Lord.
I wouldn't see. Wait a minute, hold on. So I wouldn't need to tell no Chinese person to get into what I get into. He's Chinese. He got his own stuff.
Yeah, but you just called the Haitians Levite. Hold on, brother. You just called the Haitians Levite. You just put a whole other people custom on people who already got customs and traditions.
They ain't always had that. And then you got to think about it. Why are they?
They literally came over in the Americas with that. They came here with that, with those beliefs.
I know. Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why we ran out of Jerusalem.
And when they were not practicing Ifa and voodoo in Jerusalem. That comes that is
something similar to it, regardless of what the name of it is called. Witchcraft is still witchcraft.
Okay, so this is like your brother. I want to ask you a question. How can you say that the Haitians are Levites? What is this based on?
Okay, it's based on scriptures, but I'm not going over that because, like I said before, man, we have a topic here. I'll go through that sometime later on, brother. I'm not. This is what I didn't want to do. We still get very off the initial topic.
You made a claim, and people's addressing the claim.
Okay, yeah, I know that, but what does the flyer say?
It don't say that about
keep saying it again and again. What does the flyer say?
Well, it don't speak about Haitians being legal.
No, I'm talking about the flyer for this specific thing, the class that we're having right now. What is it? You know what I'm saying?
It's about the
what is it? It's supposed to be, that's what we're supposed to be sticking to. We just can't be all over the place. We just can't be all over the place. It's unorganized, brother.
I understand that. We've been speaking about the Pharisees this whole time. We brought up a little.
That's what this is supposed to be about.
Calm down. You keep cutting me off while I'm talking, and you keep talking about structure.
Oh, okay. So, but look, man. Look, all right, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done.
When we were speaking about the Pharisees, Sadducees, and scribes, we brought up the priesthood. We brought up priesthood. You got talking about this person was a Levite, this person, this, that, and the other. So now how is us bringing up Haiti or the Haitians, which you claim to be Levitical priesthood, how is that not relevant to what we're talking about? Oh, he left.
Hey, Shalom. Hey, you mind if I say something real quick, beloved?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tawada, thank you, good gang. I used to, when I first found out we were the Hebrews of the Bible, the Isupk brothers in Minnesota were some of the first brothers I came in contact with. Excuse my son, y'all, he in the back wild. But those were some of the first brothers that I came in contact with. So a lot of the brothers that brother's talking about, I actually know some of them brothers personally, because I'm in Minnesota, right? The understanding of Levi being the Haitians comes from the 12 tribe chart. So if you're gonna drop the level of the Pharisees, then you can't rock with that understanding of the Haitians being Levite, I think it's humble to just say that we know that we the Israelites, because you really can't tell what tribe somebody is from. I mean, with the exception of maybe brothers and sisters who descend from the black Portuguese or the black people that was kicked out of Spain and Portugal. There's some paper trails and receipts showing that some of them were from the tribe of Judah. But I mean, like outside of that, how can you really say that the Haitians are Levites and it's not coming from the 12 tribe chart? So I don't teach that anymore, because I just teach we the Israelites, brother. I don't know what tribe brothers are from. I don't think there's no way for any nigga to know something like that.
I totally agree, and I don't have no issue with them being that. It's just like when you're making that claim, that, okay, you're gonna have to elaborate on that, because I know for a fact that Haitians come from the Akan, the Ashanti, the Benin. Like we know for a fact like who those people are and their ancestors and what their ancestral cultures are. So for you to call them that, you have to have got that from the 12 tribe chart. And I mean, I got a serious bone to pick with the 12 tribe chart. You know what I'm saying? Because there's some discrepancies. I'm gonna actually pull it up for us real quick. And
As do I have discrepancies with it as well, but you know.
Right. And it's some discrepancies, and I just want to point these out to people who want to use that. Okay, so it says Judah is the American blacks. That's the first thing it says, right? Now, I want y'all to keep in mind that when you talk about American blacks, you're talking about any of the niggas from the United States, the Caribbeans, and and South America, because those are all the Americans. They're all American blacks. You know what I'm saying? Irregardless of what side, which side they on. So then it says Benjamin, West Indian blacks. Well, the West Indian blacks are the same blacks as the American blacks. They're the same people, like literally the same people.
Based off the slave trade. Yeah, I get.
Yeah, they're the same people. And then it says Haitians or Levi Haitians. Well, Haitians are West Indians. Haitians are West Indians, and they're also the same people as the American blacks. You know what I'm saying? So you got these three different groups of people who are in three different locations who have the exact same ancestry, the exact same genesis, and you're calling them three different types of tribes. Then it goes on to bring up Ephraim is the Puerto Ricans, Manasseh is the Cubans, Simon is the Dominicans. Those are all the same people. The Puerto Ricans, the Cubans, Dominicans.
Not to interrupt you, King, but what does the Bible call Simeon? And that's my biggest discrepancy with a lot of the brothers who stand on the Dominicans being Simeonites. The Bible doesn't call Simeon Dominican. It actually calls him Niger, which is the old world way of saying Negro in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1. So, you know, a lot of the brothers got an issue with me not accepting Native Americans and Mexicans as Israelites. But when you look at all the historical sources, and when you look at one of the historian, Cornelius Tacitus, who spoke on the Israelites, he described them as being of the Ethiopian races. The Israelites are supposed to be able to blend in with biblical Egyptians, which are black people, and Ethiopians, which are another subgroup of black people. So after going through so many slaveries and being in captivity the way we have, with a lot of our records being hidden from us, it would be of a humble school of thought, at least, to just say, I know we Israelites, but I can't, without a shadow of a doubt, say, I know I'm from the tribe of Judah, or I know I'm from the tribe of Levi. I don't think a lot of brothers can say that, with the exception of a few brothers, like I said, who might come from a region in Spain or Portugal, where it was a known fact that a lot of those inhabitants were from the tribe of Judah. There's a king from the 1800s that's upset that his daughter is dating what he calls a swarthy son of Judah and a greasy Jew boy. So like the so-called white man was telling the truth about who he was, even though he was talking a little tough while he was describing us. But I mean, it's just a small group of us that come from a certain region of the planet where there is a paper trail of who they were.
Hey, I want to make this point real quick. When I was asking the brother about when Christ said to the when he said to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he said, "You are of your father, the devil," right? I want to bring to y'all attention a real quick verse. It's saying Ezekiel 44:7. Matter of fact, I'll start at 6. And thou shalt say to the rebellious, even to the house of Israel, thus say the Lord God, O ye house of Israel, let it suffice you of all your abominations, and that ye have brought into my sanctuary strangers, uncircumcised in heart and uncircumcised in flesh, to be in my sanctuary, to pollute it, even my house, when ye offer my bread, the fat, the blood, they have broken my covenant because of all your abominations. So we see, I wanted to bring this scripture to y'all attention because we see this is something that was happening during these times, in the ancient times, as well as into Christ's time. So when I'm asking him if these people, known as the Pharisees and the Sadducees, are they of Edom? Well, this right here that I just brought to y'all attention would kind of confirm that, because they was constantly doing these things, letting strangers within the sanctuary. You understand what I'm saying? So we would see a form of mixing. And I understand he was making the point that, Nazareth was the ghetto. Nazareth was the modern day or the ancient day O Block.
Right.
But the Pharisees and the Sadducees were some very rich people. They was rich.
Where does he
But
get
there,
that notion from, though?
And there you
but
go.
see,
I ain't
when
even
you,
want to take it there, but I was like, you got it, bro. You got it, big bro.
Yeah,
but
I don't like
for
him saying
example,
the Nazareth from the ghetto and all that type of shit. I don't even like. How do you get that out of the Bible? Like, how did you get that out the Bible that this was some poor ran down establishment? Like
It
where
does
does that
say
come from?
Nazareth was somewhat of a impoverished civilization or
What does
city.
it actually say? Like,
I don't have that particular verse at the moment, but I have heard that Nazareth was ran down. You know what I'm saying? That it was
okay,
like
let's rock with
it
the
was a ghetto.
idea that Nazareth was the ghetto, which I believe the brother is accurate in describing Nazareth, right? When you look at Herod the Great, for example, right? He was recognized as king of the Jews, right? Who was his father?
Who you talking about? You talking about Christ?
No, I'm
no,
talking
he
about
talking about
Herod the Great. He was known as king of the Jews, the one who tried to kill Christ when he was a child.
Oh, I'm not sure, brother.
When
I'm not sure.
so his father is a man named Antipater the Idumean, right? And the
right,
word
of course,
Idumea literally means Esau, Edom, Edomite.
Edomite,
So Herod,
right?
according to some scholars, he had what they would call a Jewish mother, which basically they're trying to say he had an Israelite mother, right? But his father was a known Edomite from Edom. Like Herod is recorded in history as being a Edomite.
Edomite,
So
yeah.
Antipater the Idumean is Herod the Great's father, literally. So we see him as a king over the Israelites. It's a very plausible conclusion that some of the Pharisees was probably Idumeans.
Wow.
It's funny that you brought that up because in the beginning of this whole discussion, I brought up King Herod and the Hasmonean dynasties and stuff, and I was been told that we were segueing, but that now you just brought it full circle because I have resources that say that Jesus or Christ is actually a guy named Aristobulus III, and and he's a Hasmonean or Herodonian king or bloodline. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a actual historical political account that deal with a bunch of political scandals, and then you have the biblical account, which is the cleaning up of that. So to protect, you know what I'm saying? Like the movie, a movie that's about real events, they might tell you that names, people, and places have been changed to protect their identities and whatnot like that. And I think that's what we're seeing when we read the Bible is we're looking at a drama, and the names and dates and places have been changed in order to protect the integrity of the people that they're talking about. So
what captivity were the Israelites in before the Roman captivity?
Shit, they was in a whole bunch of damn
I
captivity
believe
before.
it was either Babylon.
It was the Greek captivity, was the captivity right before they went into captivity into Rome, right? So there was a Israelite man by the name of John Hyrcanus who had conquered the Idumeans, and obviously you know what happens when you get conquered by another group of people. They generally force you to conform to the customs and ways of them, right? So John Hyrcanus made a bunch of Edomites convert to what they call Judaism today, which is obviously practicing the customs and ways of our ancestors. So there were a lot
hold on,
of
brother.
Idumeans that identified as Jews.
Where is that recorded at in the scriptures?
Well,
It's not
again,
John Hyrcanus. It's not mentioned in the Bible, but it's mentioned in some historical writings of John Hyrcanus. But I don't know if it's mentioned in the book of Maccabees. I would have to go back and read over and see if he's mentioned there.
The historical narrative, and then place it next to the biblical narrative, so we can all see where all the parallels at. Because if you just completely negate the historical side, and you only go off the biblical narrative, you're literally only getting half the story. Like, you're literally getting half the story. You know what I'm saying? So you have to put both of these things next to each other and rub them up against each other to get the truth to come out of both. And I wanted to read this to y'all whenever I get a chance. I wanted to read this to y'all because it's really interesting. Once you start hearing it from another viewpoint from other scholars, and some of these scholars are Jewish scholars, some of them are, they're world-renowned scholars. One particular man, Charles M. Pope, you know what I'm saying, which is some of the stuff that I'm reading from him. Y'all can find some of the information at domainofman.com, and it talks about the birth of Christ and the Herodonian identities of the New Testament characters. So like they're literally telling you, like, these are characters, and they're literally there as a disguise, so you don't know who the hell they talking about. So it says Miriam the fourth, daughter of Joseph and mother of Aristobulus III, as Elisha. So in those times, people would take on names of men of great renown, people of great renown, and try to basically fulfill prophecies or fulfill oracles and things of that nature. So you would have people calling themselves like Solomon II or Joseph, you know what I'm saying? Like they're the reincarnation of these people. You know what I'm saying? And you have a lot of that dealing with the royals. Like, especially like when you go into Egypt, you go into Rome. That's why when you go down the kings list, you see so many different kings with the same name, so many queens with the same name. Seti the first, Seti the second. That's the reason why you see that, is because they're literally taking on the personas of these people of renown, and they start reliving the things that they did. So it says 6 months after taking leave of a flabbergasted high priest Simon and his daughter Miriam II, Antipater as Gabriel, it says Antipater as Gabriel impregnates another royal lady by the same name, Miriam IV. This Miriam was the daughter of Herod the Great's nephew Joseph and Herod the Great's own daughter Olympias by Queen Matthias. And her holy offspring, we're told in the Gospel of Luke, is to be called Jesus, in the Greek form of Joshua and the variant of Elijah. In the Egyptian New Kingdom, Tutankhamun, which is King Tut, is also considered Elisha/Joshua II, had been the son of Tai and the daughter of Uya. That's Joseph. Uya and Joseph are supposed to be the same person. And it is decided to mimic the same pattern in the birth of the Herodonian Elisha. In the Egyptian New Kingdom, Queen Tai had been no virgin prior to the birth of Tutankhamun, but was already a woman near 40 years of age and a mother many times over. However, there was no time for the very young princess Miriam IV to reach such levels of maturity. Instead, Herod the Great and his son Antipater found inscriptions from the book of Isaiah 7:14. Behold, a virgin, which is Alma, shall receive and bear a son, and shall call him Emmanuel. The Herodian Joshua or Elisha could then legitimately be the child of a very young woman. This was also more consistent with general traditions. In more ancient times, the mother of a Horus figure was expected to become the consort of her own son. Having Olympias as the grandmother of Jesus was an added bonus. The former Olympias had been the mother of Alexander the Great, one of the most renowned youthful conquerors and Joshua figures of the time. The son of Miriam IV was named Aristobulus. His name means good, wise, and best counselor, which would have been also perceived as the fulfillment of Isaiah 9:6. His name shall be called the Wonderful Counselor. That's what Isaiah 9:6 says. It says the name also designates him as a replacement for the executed Aristobulus, son of the first Miriam. Aristobulus was a very noble name, but one badly tarnished by its previous bearer. The first two Hexamonian kings by this name had behaved badly, as did Herod the Great's son, by Hexamonian Miriam. Miriam IV is the only child of Olympias and Joseph's nephew of Herod the Great. Joseph and Olympias may not have had a son to inherit the name and title of Joseph within the family of Herod. If they did, the history of Joseph omitted him. Regardless, Herod the Great decided to transfer the title of Joseph to one of his own descendants, his grandson named Herod, the future Herod of Challis. Herod Challis is the eldest son of Aristobulus, son of the Hexamonian Miriam. Joseph puts him on record as the legal husband of Miriam IV and the father of Aristobulus III. The adoption of Aristobulus III by Herod of Challis effectively grafted him into the Hexamonian line of Aristobulus II and made him a potential heir to the leading line. In two genealogies given for Jesus, his immediate father is called Joseph. The grandfather of Jesus is called Jacob in one genealogy and Heli in the other. Jacob and Heli are fitting Hebrew names for Herod the Great, who assumed the identities of Jacob and Solomon. Beyond this, it is difficult, if not impossible, to reconcile the two genealogies given for Jesus. But however, attempts to trace the ancestry of Jesus back to the glory days of the Egyptian kingdom. Now, Miriam IV, or the wife of Joseph, according to the gospel, Mary had already engaged with Joseph at the time of her visitation by Gabriel. Because Mary was not yet fully married, Herod the Great could have easily changed her espousal, as he had many others, from Herod of Challis or Joseph to Antipater to Reuben. Yet there was ample reasons not to. First of all, it was desirable to give Jesus a Hexamonian heritage. Neither Miriam IV or Antipater had any Hexamonian blood. The Herod of Challis did. Second, and it was doubtably important that Jesus be associated with the house of Joseph. There was a precedent both in Egypt, the Egyptian New Kingdom and Middle Kingdom for this. Finally, the Herodian Horus, it was actually in keeping with the tradition of Jesus to be adopted. By every indication, Antipater was completely set as king and had been celebrated wildly. When word got back to his father, he wasn't pleased. Antipater, as Reuben, was exhibiting the stereotypical lack of restraint. To avoid risking his father's wrath any further, Antipater received permission to leave for Rome. From there, he actually awaited his father's death and perhaps even plotted to hasten it. He had also launched slanderous attacks on Philip, the next in line for succession, and Archelaus, who was after him. But while Antipater was in Rome, advisors finally convinced Herod of his son's many malicious intrigues. Rather than concede that his eldest son had outwitted him, Antipater called him home not to defend his actions, but to face death for making a consummate fool of his father in the grand Roman arena. And I'm gonna stop right there because like it's so much of this, but this is the actual historical account of what we read in the Bible, and a lot of people just don't know it because they just stick with the one narrative and they don't put the other two side by side. And it is so many correlations, and it's like when the people get saying, "Oh, Jesus is Horus" or "He's Haru," and this, that, and the other, and Mary is Isis or Set. You can reading this historical account, you can understand why people were saying that, because they were trying to fulfill certain prophecies and bring back certain ideologies according to those prophecies and those oracles. So, I just wanted to throw that out there, man. And like I said, y'all can find that information at domainofman.com and click on the birth of Christ. And it'll take you on a wild journey. And if you ain't never read it, you ain't never heard that information before, I implore you to go look it up. Find it for yourself. Aristobulus III, Miriam IV, Antipater II. You can look those names up, and it's going to take you down a wild journey, because you have to understand Herod, Rome, all of that stuff was all intertwined in this whole debacle. And like I said, it's really interesting, man.
Yeah, man, it was interesting to hear you read that that account.
Yeah, what's that website called again, brother?
It's called the Domain of Man.
How you spell it?
Domain, DOMAIN of man, all one word. Domain of Man. And it keeps going. It keeps going, bro. Like, and when I got in students with Royal Houses, this is some of the literature that they gave us to study, because it correlated with our own family records and stuff like that. So I tend to take the accounts of the royals into much consideration, because they have unbroken history. They have documented unbroken history that's part of their family lineages that you don't see in like normal history. When normal world history, you don't see it. Like if you really wanted to know about the life of Queen Elizabeth, a lot of that stuff ain't even documented. You would have to actually go to her family records and find a lot of that information. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that with a lot of the kings and queens around the world. If you want to know about them, you got to actually go to their family archives and dig off into their stuff. And all of these people still have bloodlines and stuff. But when you go look up Antipater is clearly a white man. And Aristobulus III is most definitely a white man. You know what I'm saying? Herod was definitely an Edomite, or a white man, as y'all call him. You know what I'm saying?
I used to have a picture of Antipater the Idumean that they took down off of Wikipedia, but I actually sent JT a picture of Antipater the Idumean. And I would say maybe about 90% of the people that I showed that picture all confirmed that it did, in fact, look like a so-called white man. Because I know some brothers believe the Edomites were a race of black people, but I actually have seen a bust, is what it's called when you have a sculpture that's from the neck up to the top of the head. I have seen a bust of Antipater the Idumean, and he does, in fact, look like a so-called white man. So it's interesting that you brought that information out. I also wanted to add too, brother, that there were Negro Israelites who did identify as Herodians. We did have synagogues in Macedonia, and even there were even Israelites in Rome who did identify as Roman. So I found the definition that pertains to the word Niger that Simeon was described with. It's in ecclesiastical literature that was, I think it was published in
Hey, you dropping out, brother. You dropping
Yeah,
out.
you dropped off at 8.
Hey, cause y'all dropping bombs tonight.
Central Library in downtown Minneapolis, and it talked about how the
Hey,
surname
brother,
that
hold
Simeon
on. Hey,
had.
brother, you dropped out. All of that you just said for like a good 20 seconds. We
Well,
couldn't hear nothing.
what I was trying to say is there were Israelites that did identify as Herodians and Macedonians, and we had synagogues in Macedon. And I was doing some research on the surname that Simeon has in the Bible, that surname Niger, which is the old world way of saying Negro, right?
Yep.
And it mentioned in that definition that I found pertaining to Simeon, it mentioned that he was a Jew by birth, and it also made a mention of the fact that the word Niger was common among the Romans, meaning it was a lot of Israelites in Rome calling them that had the surname Niger. So they did make a distinguishing factor between Romans who were Edomites and then the ones who were not. A lot of times had the surname Niger. Is what we see in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1, right?
You know what's crazy about that term? Not to cut your piece, I just wanted to throw this in there. We see that the term for bond servant, we see Nakar. I just wanted to show how that was a little similar when it comes to just Nagar and Nakar and just how that Hebrew term is. But go ahead, continue, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I think I might have dropped off. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. But I was just saying that to say, brother, that it would be plausible to come to the conclusion that some of the Pharisees were Edomites. I don't think that's irrational, you know. But I do want to be clear with the brothers and sisters that there were black Romans. There were a lot of black people that lived in Rome.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the word Nigeria was common among the Romans.
And in this domain of man, like I said, this is a powerful information. I really don't even like sharing it because it'll really cause a disruption.
Hey, Laurel, y'all seen the new Equalizer with Denzel?
Yeah.
Y'all noticed the one brother inside the movie?
Yep.
Ain't it crazy though?
Hey, in this domain of man, they're calling Solomon Amenhotep III. They're saying Solomon and Amenhotep III is the same person. Just like when they talk about Joseph, they call him Yuya. And this is the reason why I say y'all have to drop the whole Hamite Shemite thing, because you don't know what you're saying. When you disrespect the Nile Valley Kings and all of that stuff, you actually disrespecting your own ancestors. If you're claiming to be of Israelite origin, you're disrespecting your own ancestors, because this is the reason why they can't find their bones, their remains, because you're looking for Solomon, you're looking for David, you're looking for these names, and those people those weren't actually their names. You know what I'm saying? And those the names they used those names to cover up who they were actually talking about, because they don't really want you in Africa. They don't want you going back to Africa, Egypt, the Nile Valley. They don't want you attaching yourself to that. You know what I'm saying? In this literature, you will see that they even call the ancient kingdom of Israel is Libya. They actually say it's Libya. It's not even in Canaan. And like I said, it's really interesting. You have to dig off into the information, and it literally calls down, tells you who everybody is, what their real names were, and you know, some people would deny it, but I know for a fact that when they talk about David, David's name is DVD. In Hebrew, it would translate as DVD, but in Egyptian metadata in the lexicon, D and T are interchangeable, and U and V are interchangeable. So DVD would be TUT, tut. You see what I'm saying? Or tut or thought. Tut you're saying tut Moses. Tut Moses. So you have to understand that when they talk about David, you have to follow his military campaign. This how you find out who David really was. You follow his military campaign, who he fought, when he fought, where he set up garrisons, all of those type of things. And when you read it, you're going to find out Moses did the same exact things, fought the same exact people around the same exact time. You see what I'm saying? So it's either
I thought Tutmosis. I thought the conspiracy was that Tutmosis was actually Moses.
No, man, that's Akhenaten. Akhenaten is the real Moses.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, Akhenaten is the real.
Well, I can tell you, I don't subscribe to the Negro, Latino, and Native American school of thought. I mean, no disrespect to the brothers who do subscribe to that, but I do teach brothers that I come in contact with that when you really think about it, Ham would still be an ancient uncle of ours. And even according to science, you have two different races of ancient black people that dwell on the continent of Africa today. You have those that have the E1B1A Y chromosome haplogroup, and then you have those who have the E1B1B Y chromosome haplogroup. And you even have some black people that have what's called I think it's the E3B Y chromosome. So really, it's like three different races of ancient black people that dwell on the continent of Africa. So I do teach that the Hamites are in fact our families, and I do think there is a difference between Shem and Ham, because even when you look in science and you put the Bible to the side, there are two different races of black people, even according to science and DNA, that dwell on the continent of Africa today. So I'm cool with the Habshah. It's a couple Somali brothers that we don't participate in the diaspora war, King, but I think what the biggest problem we have is when we're trying to search out truth and find out things about history is we have to take into consideration that the founding fathers of Egyptology had an anti-black sentiment. They hated the different black kingdoms that they came across in Egypt and Nubia. I mean, this is the reason why you got some brothers even coming out and saying that Egyptians and Nubians were different people, when in reality they are ethnically the same people. A brother of mine who's a Moor was telling me that in some of the Egyptian writings he saw, it said that Shem and Ham were actually brothers. And when you look at the original pictures of some of the Shemites, they do look like black people. They don't look like these Asiatic kind of Caucasian phenotypical people that they display in modern day Egyptology. So we have to take into consideration that academia and archaeology and Egyptology has had an anti-black sentiment since its conception.
So to build on what you're saying, okay, and the same information I'm telling you about from Charles M. Pope, The Domain of Man, you can also find this literature in the Library of Congress, right? In that account, it literally tells you exactly like some of the stuff that you're saying, bro. This is some heavy information. I don't know if y'all are actually in front of y'all computers, but if you actually pull this up, man, it's gonna blow you back because you ain't never heard it like this from this perspective. And when you really start digging off into this, you're gonna find that when they talk about Akhenaten, the Egyptians or the ancient Egyptians, Kemetics, like whoever you want to call them, literally called the people that followed him the children of the impotent revolt. You know what I'm saying? And Akhenaten was chased out of Egypt. He was. You know what I'm saying? Because he was a heretic. You know what I'm saying? So you know, and he didn't kill a Egyptian soldier. That wasn't the thing. What actually happened was he was killing off the priesthood of Amun. You know what I'm saying? And that was considered some blasphemous, sacrilegious shit. You know what I'm saying? For you to kill off priests. You know what I'm saying? Like all around the world, it's like you killing priests is like a big atrocity in almost any society. You know what I'm saying? So when
let me ask you something real quick. Just not to
right.
No, you good.
Let me ask you something real quick. I understand when I listen to you talk, bro. I could tell I don't think you have so much of an issue with the Bible, but more an issue with who translated it, how it was translated, and how we
fit into that.
how we distinguish who are these people, right? Would you agree to that statement?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
or that assessment, I guess.
No,
So
that's on point.
so would you, if I had to ask you, if you was to include everything that you're saying, you know what I mean, to the fact of like when you equate what you say, Tutmosis, when you put that all in together with I guess your stance, if you was to include that all in and say that the Bible, did they still keep it right? Is I guess what I'm trying to ask you. Regardless if they said, regardless that they say David is David's name and they didn't include it as being Tutmosis, would you still say that the Bible has like majority 60% factual information in it, or is it like a 75? Is it lower? Is it higher? How would you answer that, brother?
Well, again, I look at the Bible as a moral compass for something for you to read and extract how to interact with other nations and people and dealing with yourself and your own spirituality. I don't see a problem with people being Christian, Jews, Hebrews, anything of that nature. It's only when you try to superimpose that belief onto everybody else and then beat them down with that
Well, no, I
information.
get that, brother. I get that. I'm with you
Yeah,
there. I'm
yeah,
with you there. But I need you
yeah.
to
So
answer this
I
though.
would,
I
I
need you
would,
to get
I would
straight to the
say,
point, to the
I would
direct
say
question,
that
because
the
I'm gonna lose
Bible
my train of
is.
thought. Because it's a
Well,
lot, brother.
I'm gonna answer your question. I'm gonna answer your question. I would say that the Bible is uh, factually true according to its narrative.
Okay.
Factually true according to its narrative doesn't necessarily mean that it's our reality, but according to its narrative, it is factually true. And when you start doing the comparative studies of what happened, the events and stuff
Okay.
like that, you
Okay.
start seeing it. Like you know what I'm saying. It might not necessarily been uh, the soldiers that got killed, but it was the priests that got killed. Okay, well
Gotcha.
somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
And that's
Yeah.
the end. That's the end point. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
people can sit there and argue about the legitimacy of it, but it's like, did you understand what the hell the message was?
Right.
You,
Right. Right.
you know what I'm saying? Versus trying to be one of the characters in a book or be the descendants of the. Not to rag on anybody or nothing, but the people that they talk about in the book are some of the most disloyal, dysfunctional people ever. And then you're claiming to be these people.
Hey,
You're
remember? I think I was speaking with you the other night. It was probably a month ago, and you was telling me about how we need to start putting the African mask on and just sit
oh
out
yeah,
there
oh yeah,
with
oh yeah,
the.
oh
Yo,
yeah. No,
I
Hey,
brought
hey,
that
brother,
up
when you look at
because hey,
how we get
hold on,
down as black
real quick,
people.
hold on, real quick. Let me just say this. Let me say this. I feel like if you know the scriptures, and obviously you do have a very good understanding of the scriptures, then you would be familiar with the prophecy where it say that it's gonna be some fishers. It says it's gonna be some fishers that's gonna go out into the world. They're gonna be fishers of men, and then we're gonna see the hunters. You feel me?
mm,
So I feel like I just wanted to make this statement real quick. Like we still in that fishing season, to where it's like just to respond to the way you breaking down the Bible, to where it's like, yo, do y'all even understand the message of the Bible? Like, regardless of who you saying who is who, do you get the end game of it? You see
right.
what I'm saying? Because we still fishing right now. We ain't even out there on the block with the mask
Nah,
on yet. You see what I'm saying?
right. No, real talk. You know what I'm saying? And again, not to knock anybody hustle or their demonstration. I think it's fine. It's just you just can't be beating people up with it. And I like this statement that this one guy said. I was watching this documentary about psychedelics and spirituality, and he said something that was real profound to me. He said, "You don't know what your faith is until you use your faith offensively and actually rub it up against something. When you actually try to build something with your faith, then you really find out what your faith really is." You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I'm telling people Look at what it's created. Look what it has done. Look at the fruit. Look at the fruits of, you know what I'm saying, these events, people taking on these zeitgeists, these different characters. Look at the product. What has it created? Has it created unity, or has it created more division? Has it created more death, or has it created more life? Look at it. Look at the condition of your people who have been studying and following these things for centuries. Look at them.
I would
Tell
say
me,
with the
what do
Hebrew
you see?
Israelite community, brother, with the one Westers, I would say it's both. We see people, people coming from very harsh backgrounds, you know what I'm saying, and turning their life around because they got this Bible. And then you got people who making money off the public, like the brother that was just on the point that he was trying to make. So, and this is why these discussions are so, impactful and important, because there's a lot to digest, man.
Yeah, when they talk about Solomon in the Bible, they talk about Solomon erecting a bunch of temples and shrines and shit all over the place. Guess what Amenhotep did? Amenhotep III did. Erected a bunch of shrines and temples and shit all over the fucking place. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's so many parallels. And then when you be like, all them dirty Hamites. You know what I'm saying? It's like, nigga, you could be possibly talking about your own ancestors. Like you have no idea. You sitting there calling them dirty Hamites when you know for a fact that these people constantly interbred with each other. You cannot separate the lines of Shem and Ham no more than you can separate the stripes on a tiger. You can't do it. And in this document, it's going to tell you that Shem was impotent and could not bear children. So they had chose one of the sons of Cush. They had chose one of the sons of Ham to sleep with Shem's wife in order to procure an heir. And that son was Cush. That son was Cush. And Cush and Shem's wife had Nimrod. Nimrod became the spiritual or surrogate son of Shem, meaning he was able to inherit Shem's stuff, but he was the blood heir of Cush.
And which I think is another important point that you are also making, that you might have even missed this. What you just said was that he took on the house of Shem, right?
Yeah.
So we see that this carrying on of a stranger coming into one's house is actually leading on that name. You see what I'm saying? Like the point that you kind of go into the point you making.
Well, I will say this, beloved. I will say this. I definitely do believe that there is a difference between Hamites and Shemites. I do think that they are both Negroes, but there are different races of Negroes, and you can't really ask brothers and sisters to, have a open arms when it comes to dealing with who we believe to be the Hamites, right? When that same love is not there, even before a lot of us started believing that we were Israelites. So when you look at the history of the continent that we call Africa today, the biggest problem I have with brothers who don't want us to disown Africa or come together with Africa is when you look at Africa and you look at it for what it really is, Ethiopians as a whole do not rock with us. Somalians as a whole do not rock with us. Now, granted, me and a couple of brothers on my job. Hold on, give me 1 second, but let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought, brother. I'm just saying, in general, when you look at the continent of Africa in general, white people didn't make up the term Akata, which is a way that some Nigerians call African Americans cotton picking niggas. So you can kind of see that the spirit bears witness that they don't really believe us to be their people. And like I was saying, when you look at science, even when you look at science and you put the Bible to the side, 62% of African Americans have what they call a rare haplogroup that's different than Ethiopians and Somalians and some East African tribes. So you got to take into consideration that this is one hell of a coincidence that the blacks that were sold into slavery into the Americas were sold by other Africans to white people. The slave trade took place in Africa before a white man ever even touched the souls of Africa, before he was ever even really there. So the Ethiopians and the Egyptians and the Carthaginians were some of the first slave owners on the planet. So my biggest problem with a lot of brothers that rock with Pan-Africanism or they rock with Kemet is their unwillingness to hold Africa accountable for its particular animosity that it has against us. Like brothers and sisters are not willing to hold the motherland accountable because there's a long list of kings and queens who participated in the slave trade. There are even documents talking about the sisters in Dahomey cutting brothers and sisters' jaws off and having them run around screaming with no jaw and enslaving them. And other people had to come in and step in and stop them from selling black people as slaves. So when you look at the way people feel about black Americans in particular, I could see how we the Israelites of the Bible and that we are a different race of black people than some indigenous African tribes. I mean, respectively, I kind of disagree with that. We all family in a sense of we all the same bloodline or we all brothers and sisters. We might be cousins,
Well, I think that's
but even according to science, there are different bloodlines. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Even according to science, there are different bloodlines of black people. And the spirit bear witness. They're not hiring us in their businesses. We can't make marriages with them and they're accepted in their communities. I knew a brother who was dating an Ethiopian woman. He couldn't even come to her graduation because she would have got disowned by Ethiopians. So we still got to deal with the truth. As much love as I got for Africa, it don't mean I'm a lie on Africa. I still got to tell the truth.
Right. So I wanted to add this, ask you this, right? Who sold Joseph into slavery?
His brothers.
Or do you still consider?
That's a bone.
Even in the Carthaginian kingdom that had a part in slavery too, right? So I'm not running from that, and I'm not running from the accountability of that, right? What I'm saying is this: well, a lot of our brothers and sisters who want to put Africa on a pedestal and who want to honor the motherland, give me an example of the motherland honoring Black Americans or other black people of the diaspora. Because let me finish my thought, King, and then I'm gonna land my plane. Because when you look at who Africa is doing deals with, they're doing deals with Russia. They're doing deals with the Arabic Inland family. They're doing deals with China. They're not coming over here and looking for African American scientists or engineers or construction workers. So when they give us an apology, but other people they give resources. So what I'm saying, I like not sugarcoating the truth at all. The spirit don't bear witness that they are people, even though they skin folk. The spirit don't bear witness that they kin folk.
Right, and that's the reason why I asked you about Joseph and his brothers. Are they spirit still brothers because they sold that nigga into slavery?
I can tell those are still brothers. You see that among black people, right? But what I'm talking about when you look at the acceptance of the
Africans didn't hold on. Now, if the Africans didn't consider you brother, why would they open up their doors to you and say, "Hey, come home. You can live here. We'll give you land"? Why would they do that? Did that sound like some stuff?
I mean, brother, it sounds good, brother, but there are accounts of brothers and sisters having to leave Africa because it was so uncomfortable. When you see expats go into South America, even with the anti-black sentiment that they have in places like Brazil, places like Murder, Mexico, you don't see too many brothers and sisters coming back from those places. But you see brothers and sisters literally getting ran out of Africa. It was two Somalian women that I knew before me and my hold on, let me finish out. It was two Somalian women that I knew before me and my wife even met, and they both wanted to be my wives, right? But the Somalian community would have rejected them, and I wasn't in a position to wholeheartedly take care of both of them and make it to where they don't ever have to go back that way. So what I'm saying is, I don't mind acknowledging that I am an African. I believe Jacob is an African, straight up. I don't mind acknowledging that I'm an African, but I cannot obfuscate from the truth. Africa does not fuck with us, bro, and that's the truth.
Okay, so again, I got installed to an African royal house, the house of Asari Asasi. They came over here. They left their homes in Africa. The kings came here to acknowledge us as family members. You understand what I'm saying? You don't do that when you hate a niggas. You don't open your doors and say, "Here go land."
African tribes or any of the African kings offer reparations to Black Americans for their role in the slave trade. Have they sincerely offered us land? Have they sincerely offered us citizenship? Have they sincerely offered us resources in an attempt to repair us? The answer to that is overwhelmingly no, beloved.
Let me deal with some of the stuff you're saying. Okay, so here's the thing. Do you expect an African king or nations to interface with 60 million individuals, or should they be interfacing with a nation with a political head? Well, like when you say they fuck with China and Russia got political heads. So anything that they want to do for the Chinese people, all they gotta do is go to the Chinese head, and the Chinese head would trickle down whatever comes from Africa. Same thing with Russia and vice versa. If Russia wanted to interface with the people in Africa, they wouldn't go to individuals in Africa. They would go to those nation heads, those heads of state, and they would do intercourse with those nations in that manner. African Americans don't have no political head. We have no political body. This is why we're called civil or mortus, because we won't elect leaders. We won't support our leaders. We won't do the things other nations do to have that cohesiveness. So you cannot expect an African king to divvy out millions of dollars in reparations to 60 million individuals. You understand what I'm saying? So that's impractical to even expect someone to do something like that. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention they're offering you land. Ain't nobody else offering you shit. Ain't nobody else offering you nothing. At least they're giving you an apology and saying, come home, live here. Now, for those African Americans that go over there and they run their ass back over here, that's because they bought that American spirit with them, and that's just not gonna rock over there. So when you bring your ass over there, you still trying to do the same shit you did in America over there, you're gonna get your ass ran the fuck out because they're not playing.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Do you currently live in Africa?
No, of course not.
Do you feel comfortable going there right now? Just going, paying for a ticket and going there and staying there.
Yeah.
Okay, so brother, even though you might be comfortable with doing that, I notice most of the brothers and sisters that rock with honoring the motherland, and I notice most of the brothers and sisters that rock with honoring the motherland over everything, right? They living in New York. They stay in Minnesota. They stay in Los Angeles, bro. Some of them is going into South America. Africa ain't rocking with us like that. And if black people don't got nothing, it would be sincere and honest of Africa to pay reparations to black people. But just because China and Russia got something, it's okay for you to continue to make the same mistakes and make the same deals with the same enemy that's going to oppress you the same way they've been oppressing you. So what kind of sense does it make to switch to go from a white man being your slave master to a Chinese man and an Arab man now? If Africans were sincere, they would have kicked everybody that wasn't black out of Africa. They would have brought us back to Africa. They would have not only paid us reparations, but they would have built Africa up through us. Those are excuses to me.
You're saying that from your racist point of view, being from the Americas. Everybody in the world don't share our same racist sentiment. Everybody don't look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese people.
You want to know what Africa's biggest problem was? The fact that Africa wasn't racist and everybody else was racist to Africa. And see, this is that black American. Hold on, let me finish my thought. This is that black American invite everybody to the barbecue, but when it's time to go to Ramadan, you can't come over here with us and the Somalis. When it's time to celebrate the Ethiopian New Year, you're not invited. No Akacha's over here. See, this is the same naive mentality that got Africa in a situation it's in right now. The continent with all the resources on earth working a goddamn job in America, and they don't reap none of the benefits of none of the resources in their country. This is the same mistake that Ham and Shem made that you're talking about right now.
Brother, okay, so again, do you expect the Africans to, because someone else racist, they should be racist too? This is your mentality.
Brother, why would you teach your kids? Hold on, brother. Let me answer that real quick. Why would you teach your kids? Hold on, brother. Why would you teach your kids? Why would you teach your children to love people who raped, robbed, murdered you, and teach their kids that they're better than you? Why would you keep making the same goddamn mistake?
Calm down, brother. Because the people that you talking about, like when you say China, the new oppressor, right? Okay, what have China done to oppress
China's the new and old oppressor. If you go into the Silk Road slave trade, Chinese people own black slaves too. They're the new and old oppressor.
Let him finish.
Brother, listen. When Africa's dealing with China, Africa don't have no history with the Chinese man doing shit to them. So they don't have that racist sentiment towards them. They don't have the same fucking sentiment towards Russia, because Russia
You're
ain't
not
did
aware
shit.
of that history, but that history is there, brother. You're not aware of that history, but that history is there, brother. You got Chinese people in videos that got African kids lining them up to say that they're stupid and inferior in Chinese, bro. Man, miss me with that, bro. Africa don't fuck with black people, bro. Like, at least if you was honest about it, I could rock with you. But Africa don't fuck with black people, nigga. That's a goddamn lie.
You're saying Africa
Jay-Z
don't
was
fuck with
crowned
black
king out in
people.
Nigeria. Remember that bar he dropped?
Nigga,
I'm
You
fucking
say-
Nigerians are calling black people
relax,
cockers,
man.
which means cotton picking niggas.
Okay,
Man, who y'all
bro,
think y'all fucking
relax.
talking to right now?
Okay,
Nigga,
but
Africa don't
man,
fuck with
let
black
the
people.
man
Niggas,
finish.
stop it.
brother, hold on.
Where's our hospitals over there? Okay, when has Africa truly opened its arms up and said citizenship for black people? If Africa was really a comfortable place for us to come, we would have already fucking left America and went there.
You taking breaths and shit, like you sound excited. Like, calm down. Listen.
Yeah, man, it's sad to see my African American brothers cooning for the step motherland. I'm about to really go Joshua 2.0 right about now, nigga. Fuck him and fuck Africa too, nigga. Straight up.
Calm down.
Nigga, they ain't never loved us, nigga. Y'all niggas weak as fuck for honoring the step motherland, nigga. Straight up, nigga. Straight up. Nigga, fuck him and fuck Africa, nigga. Kwame Yasharala, nigga. We the Israelites of the Bible, nigga. And fuck all that information you was talking about, nigga. Solomon ain't no fucking Amu-Ra, nigga. Fuck him and fuck Kemet too, nigga. Straight up, nigga. Tell the whole booty juice and fly squad, nigga. Big Swargy said so, nigga. Nigga, fuck Africa, nigga.
Brother, you're ranting. Calm down. I ain't did shit to you. You don't have to keep talking over me.
But I'm just tired of our brothers and sisters cooning for man, nigga, straight up. Nigga, Jerusalem is the mother of us all, nigga. Fuck him, nigga. And fuck the whole booty juice and fly squad, nigga. Nigga, Big Swargy said it, nigga. Nigga, you hear me? Copy me no black. Nigga, Garfield. All y'all brothers, nigga, pushing that Kemet bullshit, nigga. Fuck Kemet, nigga. Fuck the 42 laws on my yacht, nigga. Fuck Kemet, fuck Egypt, nigga. And fuck the Nile Valley, nigga. Straight up, nigga. Fuck Private Shetty, nigga. Nigga, fuck nurse practitioner Reggie, nigga. Fuck Copy me no black, aka Sonetta, nigga. Nigga, fuck all them niggas, nigga, fuck all of them niggas talking that booty juice and fly shit, nigga. Straight up, nigga. Straight up.
So I want you
fuck
to
every
listen.
last one of them, nigga. And fuck the king of Tyre and fuck the queen of Sheba, nigga. Nigga, Kwame Yasharala, nigga.
What's your point? You hurt? You want a Band-Aid, nigga?
I don't need one, nigga. Don't worry about it, nigga. When Christ come back, nigga, the Hamites is going into slavery too. And any stupid nigga standing in front of him, you gonna get slain with nigga straight up, nigga. You ain't gonna be able to protect Ham when the Lord come back, nigga. Fuck Ham, nigga. You a coward, nigga, defending Africa, nigga. You's a coward, nigga. Straight up, nigga. Fuck Ham, nigga, and fuck the whole house of Egypt, nigga.
Because that's what I'm hearing. You sound hurt and frustrated.
These niggas talking that shit from America. They don't live in West Africa. They never moved to Africa and stay there.
Karima, yeah, set this shit straight, man.
So this is all I'm saying. If you're saying some of these brothers over here call you a cotter, well, a lot of these niggas over here in America call you nigga all the time. Every day. In fact, you hear it on the music, in the movies, and you called me a nigga 1,000 times already right now, and you got a problem with somebody calling you a cotter? Really? You ain't got no problem with calling me a nigga, which means ignorant person from all of our knowledge means ignorant person. You don't mind that. But if somebody calling you a cotter, which means slave, which you are a descendant of slaves, so it ain't like it's, you know, you are a subject of the United States, the subject of your oppressor. So is that really a false statement? So again, you're mad, you're angry because of what some people, there's almost there's like 1 billion people in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And you're angry about what some people may say. You know what I'm saying? I could pull up 1,000 YouTube videos of Africans telling you that they love you, they love you, they love you. You are brothers, come home. We need to do this. We need to come together. And right here, you saying fuck all of them, and you know all of this extra emotional stuff. Like I mean, like where's the love at? And I brought up Joseph and his brothers selling him into slavery. You didn't say fuck the rest of the Israelites. You didn't say fuck them niggas. They sold Joseph. He didn't say none of that.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying? So you gotta have
check this out. I'm having a I'm having like a discussion with one of the Hebrew Israelite brothers tomorrow, and it's gonna be based on, and it has a lot to do with just this whole topic of just mixing. You know how Ham and Shem, you know, we always been dealing with each other, marriage wise, war wise, peace wise, whatever you may have it, right? So I just wanted to drop this one real quick, right? Leviticus 25, it speak about the bond servant. It speak about the bond servant that you are to buy. You can buy from the heathen, right? We know that in the biblical text, it tells us that, you know, Israelites were not supposed to deal with the seven nations, right? The Canaanites. But we see in the text that they could deal with everybody else. They could have marriages with, as more specifically, the men could have, you know, marriages with the rest of the nations, as long as they're not from the seven nations of the Canaanites, right? So this drops a bomb right there when it comes to just the mix, and we see that Israel was having children with Egypt people. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? From people from Egypt. We see in the text as well that, you know, there was daughters of Israel, you know, on with Shishan and Jarhar. We, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of conjecture and going around with this particular verse that, you know, Jarhar's servant was actually an Israelite. But it's like, nah, man, it wasn't an Israelite. He gave his daughter, his Israelite daughter, to an Egyptian servant. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So we see this going on in the text.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It's like we see a continuation
I'm
of.
definitely listening to what you're saying, brother. To where, you know, Ham and Shem was definitely always and forever was dealing with each other.
Yeah, they're inseparable.
Peace,
They're
man.
inseparable. If you peace, what's up, God?
You know, I'm chilling, brother. Chilling, I'm chilling.
Have you been listening to the discussion, man?
Yeah. I've been watching the stream on YouTube. You know, what I'm saying? That's what made me jump on because the brother went on a rant. You know, what I'm saying fuck Africa, fuck the Nile Valley, fuck all this, Israel. But I was trying to come on and inform you, brother, that you can't say fuck the Nile Valley when you got an Israelite temple in the Nile Valley. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You got an Israelite
Facts.
temple in the Nubian desert at every time. So when you say fuck the Nile Valley, you saying fuck yourself basically. Because
I've been saying this the whole time, bro.
you grew as a nation in the Nile Valley. A lot of that is part of your culture. You know what I'm saying? And so I just wanted to jump on here. I hate that he got off before I was able to get on. But I wanted to jump on and inform that brother of that. You know what I'm saying? Because he's perpetuating a lot of the narratives that the oppressors sold to us about Africa, man.
Right.
I mean, you might have certain tribes that's against you, or certain individuals. I ain't just gonna say certain tribes. You might have certain individuals that hate African Americans, but to paint the whole continent with that brush, man, is just disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? It's completely false because just like you was installed to a royal house, I was too. Didn't have to go to
Right.
Africa. Africa came to us. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
They didn't have to do that.
listen, Nigerians call us whatever he said. It was a derogatory term. I don't care to repeat, but the Nigerians that I trace back to called me Ezeo Bako, King Organizer. That's what they called me. That's the title that they gave me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they deal with
Facts.
us. Both sides be lied to, and we can't keep perpetuating those lies that both sides have been told. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to say that, bro. I couldn't let this stream go on without coming on here and saying that.
And you also got to consider the fact that Israel was, once they came out of Egypt, right? They was given the laws, right? We was given, Moses had the laws, and then we went into the land of Canaan, right? And it became Israel. For that whole time period after Egypt, we was practicing these laws, right? And we was doing them right and we was doing them wrong, right? But the point is that we was mixing that entire time. That entire time. We see it with Solomon dealing with all these different wives. We see Judah had Canaanite wives, right? So my question to you, Laurel, would be, if you remember, what would be that next captivity that came after in a prominent captivity? Because we know there's like these minor captivities, you know what I'm saying? Like Moab. I think Moab had Israel in subjection for like a couple years or something like that, and then Israel got right back to it. So what was that next captivity? Was it Assyria?
I don't know if you heard Laurel. I think he was addressing you with that question.
Yeah, so I don't know the exact chronology of the captivities, but I do know that Israel was always a vassal state of somebody. It was the Egyptians, the Syrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans. Like it's so many. It's so many of them. They lost so many wars. You know what I'm saying? And so,
Right.
you know, with that being said, you know, you don't want to draw a line. I don't want to start drawing lines. You know what I'm saying? To say one oppressor is better than the other. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously,
that ain't the point. I'm making the point that we constantly mixing, bro.
yeah. We're constantly mixing, and that's why I said like there is no separating. If you're gonna go off of the Hamitic Shemitic narrative, there is no
especially
separating
between
Ham and
Shem and
Shem.
Ham. We
I
constantly
can say
seeing
this
that
video
mix.
because there's mixed messages, and there's brothers that feel certain words, like you just said, there's certain people that do have a different, outlook of how they don't like us or how they feel like we're different than us. So I'm about to play this video, and then y'all can carry on.
Yeah, I'm totally aware that some
You
of
know
them.
what I'm saying? Black folks always stealing something. You always.
I'm not black folks. I'm African.
That's the same thing. You
No,
black.
it's not the same thing. We're different than you guys.
Look at your hand.
No, we're different than you guys from here.
How you different from me?
Oh yeah.
How?
We don't do the same thing.
What you mean? So you better?
I'm not saying we better, but we do different.
Yeah, I agree with them. They do different. They actually got a family structure, and you know they got morals and stuff when it come to culture and community. Yeah, you're right. It is different.
You know what I told them? I said no.
You're right. We all do the same thing.
Believe me. And you better.
Oh, so Obama, you celebrated too?
Of course, Obama is African.
So why they can't celebrate?
Did Jesse Jackson win? He never gonna be able to win. Jesse Jackson, did he win?
You said.
Did he win?
Hold up. You said we was dancing when Obama won.
Listen, y'all don't act right. Let me clear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you do.
No, yeah, that's Obama win. That's a win.
So you say the African Americans in America don't act right?
No.
And you do.
We do. That's Obama over there.
You're racist.
I'm not. I like y'all, but you know what? That's the reality I'm telling you.
You're racist. You just like the white people.
No, I'm not white. I'm African.
No, you're like the white people.
No,
you're
I'm African. I'm African. You hear me?
So, I mean, you stealing from the airport.
I'm not stealing. I'm buying paint. That's what I told you. What do you
know what I'm saying? Black folks always stealing something.
I'm not black folks. I'm African.
That's the same thing. You black.
The same thing. We're different than you.
Look at your hand.
No, we're different than you guys from here.
How you different from me?
Oh yeah.
How?
We don't do the same thing.
What you mean? So you better?
Yeah,
I'm not saying we better, but we
totally
do different
agree.
stuff.
Like what? Give me an example.
Do different stuff. We African, we do different stuff.
Give me an example. Like y'all eat rabbits and we eat pigs?
Yeah, hold on. When Obama win, the black folks started this. You know what I told them? I said, no, it's not your win. It's Africa who win. Believe me. And you better.
Oh, so Obama, you celebrated too?
Of course, Obama is African.
So why they can't celebrate?
Did Jesse Jackson win? He never gonna be able to win. Jesse Jackson, did he win?
You said.
Did he win?
Hold up. You said we was dancing when Obama won.
Listen, y'all don't act right. Let me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and you do.
No, yeah, that's Obama win. That's a win.
So you say The African Americans in America don't act right.
No.
And you do.
We do. That's all I'm over there.
You're racist.
I'm not. I like to talk, but you know what? That's the reality I'm telling you.
You're racist.
Yeah, I like I said, I totally agree with dude. We don't act right as a people, as a unit, as a group of people. We don't act right. I mean, look at our culture. Do you think other groups of people want you acting that ghetto ass fucking shit around them and influencing their kids with that ghetto ass shit? Do you really think? I mean, like, do you think they're wrong for wanting to be set apart from mass murder of your own people? You just killing your own people for bullshit, ain't even no real political reasoning behind the killings. And you just doing this shit, and then it's like, look at your communities. You won't even put money together for your own communities. You won't even take care of your elders. You don't even take care of your elders, let alone your children. So why is he wrong for what he's saying?
Keep in mind, he was still in at the airport, and he basically said that he's different than us, and he, it's okay, you know what I mean, for him to do what he's doing, and that we different. And he's saying that, we should be our president is Jesse Jackson. Basically, we should have been, praising him, and Obama is his, they praise him more or less.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think that was funny.
He sounded like a ghetto ass African. Okay.
Yeah, that was some ignorant ass shit.
Yeah, he makes
that was ignorant.
See how hypey he was? Like he was an ignorant ass, scamming ass African looked like.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They put a camera in his face and shit, you know what I'm saying? It's for the vine, man. Like, a lot of people get to acting up and get to doing that funny shit when the camera get put on them. You know what I'm saying? And the truth of the matter is, I agree with some of the stuff he say, but at the same time, yeah, he is stealing from white people. So, I mean, whatever. Nigga, you a thief. A thief is a thief no matter what. No matter what nation you going to, you a thief. You know what I'm saying? And that's just funny as fuck. Like,
from the
African, so
I had
majority of them probably is, Africans that's at the airport and things like that. So he's actually stealing from his own people and got caught.
Oh man, that's even worse. And
but as far as what he said about us not acting right, I mean, it's hard for me to disagree with that. It is hard for me to disagree with that.
I mean, like the African man
praising the president, right?
Fuck the president.
That's basically what he's saying. Obama is his guy. We're not acting right, and we don't deserve him because we're not acting right. Like, make that make sense.
We didn't deserve Obama. You're right. We should have had somebody way better. I agree.
We shouldn't even care about who we deserve. It's not about who we deserve or nothing like that.
Right.
Like, ignorant and him, saying that Jesse Jackson should, like, come on now.
I mean that right there let you know that particular African man don't know too much about African American culture because most of us reject Jesse Jackson. A lot of us completely reject Jesse Jackson. So like that just lets you know that he's ignorant of African American culture as a whole. Like he don't really understand us. You know what I'm saying? So he's speaking from a place of ignorance.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick, right?
He was being sarcastic, and you see the smirk.
Yeah. So Malcolm X, right? Hey, Malcolm X. Do you? I know we all seen the movie, right, with Denzel. Funny, I keep on mentioning Denzel, but Malcolm X, when he played in that movie, we see the white girl, I think it was, came up to him and was like, "Yo, I want to be a part of, I want to help you." And he was like, "Yo, I don't deal with y'all type." Basically, the Dr. Umar theory. Is Dr. Umar right in his stance?
Hell no.
Oh, okay. So
What's
we
and
would be,
Help us by leaving
Obama,
us.
Obama?
huh?
He said
What
he can
happened?
help us by leaving us alone.
Right.
No, that was some ignorant ass shit too. For
So
Malcolm
you
X to say
think
that
that
shit.
you think Black Americans would be in a better position if they knew how to deal with, and be more diplomatic with the rest of the world rather than, keeping everything blackety black.
Yeah, like our exchange with the brother that just got off here is a good example of why a lot of people don't particularly like African Americans. Like when I talk to some of our continental African brothers, the one thing that they tell us that they feel like we feel entitled and we're overly aggressive. That is literally they gripe with a lot of us is we're overly aggressive and we feel entitled when we come amongst them.
Yep.
We feel like we better than them when we
Yep.
come amongst them. You know what I'm saying? And so, that mentality extends, you know what I'm saying, outward. We just saw it. We just our own African American brother got on here ranting and raving,
Yeah, but it's
calling
like
up.
they do the same thing.
Yeah,
Feel like
I'm saying that brother is an individual, just like
that they feel the same way. Like it's vice versa. You know what I mean? It's
well,
just
that wasn't a they, that was a person. That wasn't a whole nation of people. That wasn't a whole continent of people saying that. That was a individual ignorant person. Just like the nigga that just got off this phone was one individual person and does not constitute all of the 60 million African Americans here in the United States. It's just not. He's not a political head. He don't speak for nobody except for himself. You see what I'm saying? So when you make those type of generalizations, just understand that when people hear that, this is the conclusion they're gonna come to. If I was an African and I heard that man talk, he sounds bitter to me. He sounds bitter, he sounds hurt, he sounds emotional, and he's angry. That's what I hear. You said that's the energy that he just gave off. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with the African on there. The dude, he's ignorant and it's oozing out of him. You can see it, you can hear it. It's there. You know what I'm saying? And then you entertain that shit and you video that man, knowing that this man's ignorant as fuck.
But we
And you
know
put
that's
him on.
coming but we do know that that's coming from a genuine place because, all of our kinfolk, they, depending on their level of understanding and their level of wisdom and their practice of constraint, right? To how to control yourself, right? We are an emotional people who are tired of, the atrocities that have been, done upon us. So it is a genuine feeling, right? But yeah, we got to learn how to control our emotions,
Yeah.
man.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think African Americans want that shit that we talking about. I don't think they want it. Because if you wanted it, ain't nothing stopping you
But
from.
I think people don't even give a fuck at this point. They like,
Yeah,
what,
yeah,
fuck
yeah.
it,
That's the
fuck
same
it.
thing I'm saying. Like that, yeah, they don't give a fuck. They don't want that shit because if you did, then you would organize yourselves into political bodies and you would start intercoursing with other nations like any other nation. But we not doing that, nigga. We want the white man to interface for us. We want if we wanted to take over, we could have long time ago, and we don't want it. We don't want to rule. I mean that's obvious. I mean, look at Atlanta. Most of Atlanta's political structure is black. Has the policies changed? No, no, they haven't. Look at Detroit. Look at Chicago. Look at at one point St. Louis. Damn near the whole political scene was damn near black. You think anything changed? No, it didn't. They kept the same policies going. Nothing changed. You know what I'm saying? And it's because you're not willing to organize yourself for yourselves, by yourselves, for your own people. You want other people to do it for you. And I'm sorry, other nations are going to look at that as being lazy and shiftless. And I'm not saying that it ain't no systemic racism and oppression attached to that shit. I'm just saying at some point, nothing's stopping you from putting your money together with your neighbor. Nothing is stopping you from giving charity and looking out for widows and homeless people. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. But yet most of us are so full of pride. We're so full of ego. Oh man, I ain't finna help that bum ass nigga. We so full of that. Well, that's not even their culture. Like they will help each other. They will do that. They will take in orphans and refugees. They will do that. There's brothers outside right now in each one of our cities sleeping under bridges in the cold, nigga, all type of shit. Nigga, ain't not one of us gonna open our doors to them.
I
Not
think
one.
it's a process, man. It's a process
Yeah,
of
most
when you
definitely.
it's a level of, you know, when you receive this information and you start hearing about Jacob and Esau. Like for me, when this was first brought to my attention, I was tight. I was like, wow, Esau's the white man. Like it messed me up. I started looking at my white friends differently. Don't want to, you know
Right,
what I'm saying? But then it becomes something where it's like, oh, what are they doing that's right that my people aren't doing? And how do I become a respected king in my right? And the key word is respected, to where
right.
people ain't hate. You see what I'm saying? To where I'm not practicing hate and I'm not, being hated for it. You know what I'm saying? Because I think the ultimate message is what you were saying. Walking in that spirit of things. What's the bottom line of these spiritual texts, and what are we supposed to be doing with this spiritual information? Right?
Right.
You
Yeah,
know?
I was having a discussion earlier on my way home from work is about the trust issues between African Americans. The main issue with our people is that we don't trust each other anymore, and because we don't trust each other, that's the reason why we won't elect leaders. That's the reason why we won't do group economics and put our money together, because we don't want that nigga stealing our money. We don't
Mm,
want that nigga stealing our time, so we don't trust that nigga. You see what I'm saying? We don't trust niggas. In general, you don't trust niggas. You know what I'm saying? If you seen a random nigga and he's like, man, let me use the bathroom, you gonna let him in your house and use the bathroom? Probably not. Probably not, because you don't trust niggas. We don't trust each other. So if you can't trust each other, what the hell make you think somebody finna just come open arms with you? You don't even trust other niggas that look like you, that live down the street from you, let alone 2,000 miles east. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we got to start being practical and logical and reasonable and having rationality behind our actions. We can't just keep just being reactionaries to every damn thing. You know what I'm saying? When I talk to African brothers, I'm asking them, hey, why when y'all come over here, y'all not teaching us the culture? Hey, why when y'all come over here, y'all not teaching us the language? Because we don't know, and a lot of us would love to learn, but y'all not teaching us. Y'all not showing us. You're not giving us our rituals. You're not showing us our rituals. You know what I'm saying? So instead of with the whole kumbaya, no, it needs to be a restoration of our cultures. You see what I'm saying? And in exchange, you need to be marrying into our families. We need to be marrying into your families in order to build stronger family bonds with each other.
right.
That whole fighting back and forth with each other, that shit ain't got us nowhere in 100 years. That shit ain't got us nowhere.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So at this point, it's like, how do you build trust? How do we build trust amongst African Americans? And the only way to build trust is by giving somebody responsibility and see what they do with it. That's the only way you build trust. Think about your child, right? If your child broke your trust, how do your child gain your trust back? Don't you have to give them some type of responsibility or some type of test to see if they're gonna have some type of integrity? Isn't that what you got to do?
Yep.
So at some point, we have to elect leaders and follow those leaders to the T until they start doing shit outside of our contract with them. And then we need to fire them and hire new ones. And probably not just fire them, probably beat their ass in the middle of the street, because this ain't the white man politics. This our
And
politics. And if you
and you
steal our
know,
money, we gonna fuck you
and,
up. We're
and
not, we not, you're not going to jail.
the whole
We,
conversation went south once we started talking about reparations. And it was like,
yeah,
I don't even think you was trying to make the point that we need to go ask for reparations from the
not
others.
at all.
That's what
Not
I'm
at all.
saying. I'm like, damn, son jumped all the way out the window.
Not at all. Because they
Well,
it's a
this is where it
warfare.
starts. This is where it starts dealing with other nations because you don't believe in what he believe in, and this is the thing. A lot of people can go to work and deal with all kinds of people.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it comes to, just trying to build with other nations and other people, it's a problem when it comes to religions or the same doctrine or whatever. But you could go to work with this brother and won't have no problem. Won't discuss
Man.
anything besides what you're supposed to be discussing. So it can work, but they have a problem with doing it with each other, just like right now. The Lions Den is not just Hebrews. Israelites, should I
Mm-hmm.
say? It's a walk of life of all kinds of sources, and this is where we get together,
Facts.
come together on one
But
house.
Karima, the brother jumped. He sounded super intellectual, and then the whole
When it comes to disagreeing, when we have a
yeah. As
problem,
soon as the disagreement came, it was like
that's
fuck it.
when everybody have a problem. They jump in ship, get mad, and
But
all
I'm
that
like,
kind
how
of
could
stuff.
you be so intellectual at one moment, and then as soon as the disagreement comes, the
Because that's
intellect
when
just go away?
because that's a
What happened to the
facade you put on.
intelligent conversation that we was
Because
just
that's a
having?
facade you put on until your real character come out. At the end of the day, I'm not
Facts.
saying that about
Because I'm
anybody.
learning. You
At the
feel
end
me,
of the day,
Karima? I'm
a lot of
learning.
a lot
I'm
of people
learning. I'm
cannot
sitting here
deal with.
listening.
You have to be able to
And
look at it from a
most we got,
different perspective. You have to, you can't just look at it from your point of view. You have to look at it from a different. And then when somebody's trying to explain to you how they're, coming with this point of view, you cut them off, and that's where you have impatience. You're not patient enough to even listen to what he's trying to say, and that's a problem.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, he
But
kept on saying that the
And that's
brother was
really what I
cutting
was
him off
telling
though.
them.
And then as soon as what's his name? Laurel stopped and let the brother speak. And then Laurel tried to get back in after he was done speaking. He kept cutting him off. So I'm
yeah,
like, I tried to
because for
moderate
some
it a little
we're
bit.
dealing with
That's why I'm like, yo,
Africans.
Karima, you got to come through and set
Yeah,
the shit straight.
we're dealing with
Hey,
Africans. Yeah,
all I know is that Kingston, all I know is that King.
hold on. You just came in. I got you. But the brother, his problem is, sticking up for the Africans. You know what I mean? That's where it went
Oh
rogue
yeah,
at.
we understand that.
Yeah, y'all was agreeing
Hey,
until it came to that point.
Kingston Jamaicans are Hebrew. Kingston Jamaicans are Hebrews.
even from the Israelite paradigm, you know what I'm saying? And I understand you want to represent your culture and your heritage as a Hebrew Israelite, but that still don't call for you to be like, oh, fuck the Malvern and fuck the Africans. Because it was times when the Africans came to the Hebrew Israelites' rescue. It's right there in the book of Kings. You know what I'm saying? It was Taharka who came to the rescue when he was under siege by Assyria. It was Taharka. Now, what if you was like, fuck the
Hey,
Israelites?
sir, are you a West African, a West African Jew, or what are you?
I'm a Naga, bro.
Oh, so you're just like a tribal. You're just like a tribal African. You're
I
just
mean,
like
you
kind
could
of
say
tribal,
that.
right? Like you're into like tribalism, right? Like you don't subscribe to Yahweh's manuscripts, right?
Well, if you claim to be an
I mean,
Israelite, you're dealing with tribalism too. You can't say,
yeah, it's
"Oh, I'm
like,
from
you
the
know,
tribe of this and tribe of that,"
I
when you're
don't
not dealing with
like.
tribalism.
I'm just a Sephardim. That's all I am. I'm
When I
Sephardim.
hear
Well,
somebody say they
that
a Naga brother,
Safaris,
I would equate that with one who is something like a noble, like a 5%er. Would
facts.
that like a
Okay,
5%er, right?
so you're like from like West Africa, from the transatlantic slave trade, right? From the 1600s, right?
like,
Ain't none of us from the 1600s.
Okay, so y'all from the 1500s, or y'all from the
Ain't
1400s, or
none
y'all?
of us from the 1500s.
Okay, 1500s.
I'm
Okay,
from
so
I
90.
was born in 1980, brother.
okay. So y'all started in like 1300s, or y'all started in 14. I think it was earlier, actually, right?
Nah, our history go back millions of years. What are you talking about?
Nah, I
I
know it
mean,
does.
yeah.
I'm not saying that. I
Uh,
know Africa.
yeah.
I know that's the motherland. Like I already know that. Like
I already know that there was like Jews that went into Africa, so I already know that stuff.
No, you
So
keep on bringing up Jews and Hebrews, just like you
Yeah,
said, them brothers.
hold on. What is your point? Because I don't want you to,
Yeah.
take it somewhere else. Like, what is your point to even be concerned about asking them where they from and how far their history go back? Please explain.
oh no, because I've been knowing that. Like I've been knowing that like they like I know about Egypt, you know, about like the 42 laws of man, and then I know about like stuff like that, you know, like we know that Egyptian language, you know, they copy that stuff from like Hebrews and stuff. So I know that
What?
stuff happens. Like the Egyptians, like some Egyptians learned from Hebrews and stuff.
Babylon down, come
Where you
through.
getting that?
That's in Genesis,
Where you,
sir. And that's in the Torah.
That's that dude Latino.
Yeah. Like
yeah,
so here's the thing. You call the people in Kingston Hebrews, but it is well known that the people in Kingston come from the Akan nations.
Okay, well, I don't like I said, like I'm half Sephardim, like on my father's side, so I'm half Sephardim, so I have like Spain and Portugal on my father's side. So and
Yeah, yeah,
then I
okay.
have
We understand
and,
that, but I'm saying you
and
call
then I
the
have like
people
and
in
then I have like
Kingston.
Aztec, and then I have like Aztec, like Aztec, tribe too. So I got that
I
Yeah,
stuff
but
too.
told you.
but you call the people in Kingston Hebrews
Hey,
when they
hold
come
on.
from the Akan nations.
I
How are
know what's
you?
up.
Okay, sir, you're correct. You're correct. I don't deny that. I don't
hey,
deny that. Yeah, you're
So
correct, sir.
I'm
and
saying, how are you making them Hebrews when they come from the Akans?
Because I'm telling you, like
it's
the ones
like
that got mixed with Sephardim, with the ones that got mixed with Spain and Portugal, like those would be Hebrews. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no, 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 no,
the,
no,
the,
no, no. You said the people in Kingston are Hebrews. That's what you said.
Yeah, the ones that got mixed with Sephardic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The ones
So
that got
you're
mixed with
saying that
Sephardic, those
all
are
of the
Hebrews.
people in
That
Kingston
dude is
are mixed with
Spanish, man.
Sephardic. So you're
Hey, the
saying
ones
all
that
the
got
people
the
in
ones that got
Kingston are
mixed with
mixed with
Sephardim,
Sephardic?
those are the Hebrews.
Hold on,
The
hold
ones
on,
that got the
hold on. Honda, you trying to say something? Honda.
He is a Latino. Okay, so I'll just bring the
I'm
context.
Sephardic,
Of,
according to Obadiah 1 and 20,
yeah,
sir.
yeah, sure.
yeah, how words we about to be some like dogs in this.
According to Obadiah 1 and 20, I put the curses of the Jews being settled in Spain and Granada, Spain. I have a video on it actually. So it's like the Jews, you know, after the destruction of the first temple, you know, the Jews were taken into fucking Spain, you know. King Nebuchadnezzar took them there after the destruction of the first temple. So
But
that's
you
whenever
making
that
it
fucking
seem like the
Okay,
Hebrews. Hey,
let
you
me say
making it
this.
seem like
and
the Hebrews end
also
and
when you look
begin
at the
with the
word also when you look at the
Sephardim.
word separad, you look at the
It
word
don't end and
separad
begin
in the
with
modern
Sepharad
Hebrew.
though, brother. You
Let
equating
Separad in
Hebrew,
modern
but you
Hebrew is the
equating.
Iberian
Hold on,
Peninsula,
brother. You
is Europe.
equating
let me
Hebrew
say
with.
this. Let me say this. If you are Sephardim, right, that means
Khan.
you came from you saying your people came from Spain and Portugal, and then
Khan.
King John, you know, sent y'all to Africa, you know what I'm saying, to Sao Tomeo, or we would call St. John Island,
But I'm talking about like the
St.
Cape
Thomas
Verde.
Island, right?
Yeah, but I'm
Hold
talking about like the Cape Verde and the Cape like in the Cape Delgado. Like I
Yeah,
know
you
those
gotta
are
let him
Hebrew.
finish. You gotta let him finish his build and then tell him what you're talking about. Okay, thank you.
on. Okay, I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay, now what I'm talking about those with like the ones that went into Cape Verde, into Mozambique and southern Africa. Those were mixed with Sephardim, like Spanish Jews. Like they were mixed there, like with the Portuguese. A lot of them speak that Portuguese language still. That's what I'm saying. Those are Hebrews. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but you said the people in Kingston
Hold
are
on.
I
Hebrews.
know, but those are not the only Jews that I believe on. I believe in other types of Jews. There's a lot of people like Sephardim, Ashkenazi Jews. Like I believe they're Jews. Like I believe that a lot of Africans are Jews. Like
Hold on. So you're saying that
Hold on. I wanted Hondo to finish his thought, but he just interrupted him while he was trying to ask him a question.
okay, I can be I can let Laurel or anybody else like if y'all wanna like Yeah, what, like y'all could speak or whatever. Like
Yeah, I really
just let me
it
know.
was done then because you interrupted him and you was trying to explain to him your
Okay,
point.
yeah. First we'll start like with the king. Like you said, I said something about Kingston. You know, when you read about Moses Delgado's family, right? Just to answer your question, like I didn't mean to interrupt or nothing like that.
You good?
Like just to answer your question, like about Moses Delgado's family, like we know that they were like from fucking Portugal, and then they fucking went into like Kingston, Jamaica, so they mixed with a lot of these like Jamaican women, like Moses Delgado's sons and everything. They had like Hamitic women. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like that's why I said about Kingston, Jamaica, because Moses Delgado's family went there. They were from Portugal.
My turn.
So are the
Yeah.
so are the
It's your
Jamaicans
turn, brother.
Let Hondo go. And Babylon Don, get up here. How you doing? Go ahead. Let Hondo go.
Okay. Now, if for this is the thing, the people that left Spain to Portugal that were Jews, so-called Jews, they were black people.
Yeah,
How
but
did
some of
they
them were
get
mixed. Yeah, but like I said, like some of them were mixed with like Sephardim. You know, that's like what.
no Sephardim Jews meant that they were from that area. That mean they were Spanish.
But they settled.
So
They settled at Mozambique in Africa. They settled there. So they
if
took
they
Hamitic
were
women. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They took Hamitic women and they mixed with them. That's why you have a lot of light complected like light complected women over there in like Cape Verde, and then you have like
okay,
Shemitic like
I
Asiatic looking women. You know.
I understand, but
Yeah.
listen to what I'm telling you. When you look at the records, all the Sephardic Jews were swarthy. All of those people were black people with woolly hair. When they anywhere they moved, anywhere
Yeah,
they moved.
I
No,
know that
no,
the
no, no. Hold
original.
on. Quit cutting me off. Quit cutting me off.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
my
let
bad.
you
Salak.
speak. I ain't cut you off
Yeah,
now.
yeah, Salakia. I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everywhere those swarthy, those Jews were everywhere they moved, they were black. They were not mixed with the Spaniards. They were not mixed with the Spaniards. They had no light skin, red color. Even those, even when you look into all the history of it, that all those that were calling themselves Jews that wasn't the Sephardic Jews, they were converts. They were
Facts.
those that had, all the Jews have been black ever since the beginning of time. When they sent them to Jamaica and they sent them into the Caribbean, they were still black. They weren't mixed or anything like this,
Yeah, but
but they mixed with the
have you
people.
ever seen the ones from Cape Verde? Like have you ever seen the people at Cape Verde? Yes or no?
Yes,
That's it.
I have. I've been to the
Okay.
Caribbean. I
Okay, so
know.
have you seen how they look over there? How come they don't
Yes.
how come they don't look like you say that they were only black, right? So that's what I'm saying. How come they don't look
No,
like that?
what
How
I'm
come some of
I'm
them?
trying to get you to understand the people that was of Yasharal. Let me use the correct term. Those that are of Yasharal, they were black. It wasn't no mixed people.
Oh, okay. So your manuscripts, and according to your manuscripts, like you say that only the tribes were black. Okay. So I know we can agree to disagree, and it's like if that's your manuscripts that you subscribe to, then like I said, I stand for Hashem's Torah, and then I stand for the Torah Tanakh, the Zohar, the Talmud. Like those are my manuscripts.
The
So that's all I'm
Talmud
letting you
is
know.
garbage. I got one right here. It says that Jesus died and he was boiling in excrement. That's bull crap. It is that's garbage. You need to throw that book away. I
Nah,
no
I don't
disrespect,
have it. I don't
no
have it. I just have
disrespect.
it on Safaria. Like I just have it on Safaria. Like I'm really
Yeah,
like more into like Kabbalah, but I do respect, you know, the Talmud.
Kabbalah is magic. Is Jewish magic. Jewish meaning like the Jews, because the Jews, the people that they
Everybody has
call Jews, are
I
converts
know how to
from
I know
King
everybody has like
Bolan in the 800s. You know, I'm just saying this.
I know,
I,
but
I,
that's just my Sephardic culture, and I have to follow that shit. You know, like I have to follow like the fucking
okay,
Talmud,
I,
like
What
the
is
Aramaic
Sephardic
shit.
I
culture?
don't have any problem with you following, you keeping the commandments and taking hold of the commandments and following the Messiah. I don't have any problem with that. What I'm saying is all 12 tribes are black. The people that
Okay,
people have
okay.
a problem
Like I
with
said, this is
on
a
the
topic.
continent,
This is a topic we can agree to disagree. Like I said, like this is a
I'm
topic that
going
it's
by
like
historical record.
if you ever wanted to do a debate, like we can have a debate on that. And it's like I have my manuscripts. I got over 120, and
So
also
you want to debate this man?
I'm not trying to debate. I don't
You
want to
want you
debate.
want to
I don't
debate him?
have any problem with you.
Yeah, you trying to
I'm
have.
just going.
Yeah, you.
oh,
I'm
because
just,
you know I
Hold
just
on,
follow
hold on,
Hashem's manu.
hold on, hold on. You have to let the man finish. I understand that you.
Okay, yeah,
I
Salakia,
don't
Salakia.
have
I
a
put myself
problem
on.
with you. I'm just going by historical record. The historical record of the people when it's spoke as them as being swarthy, we know that is they are black people. Now,
Okay, those are
I'm
the
not
manuscripts that
saying
you subscribe to.
here
Yeah,
we
those are
go
the
again.
manuscripts that you subscribe to. I understand, sir. I understand. Like those are the manuscripts that you
No,
subscribe to.
it's not
Yeah.
what I subscribe to. It's because I
But
am a
I'm saying,
historian and I studied this history for years. But I don't. I'm just saying I can show you the research that
okay, nah,
all the Jews.
that would be like right now because I already know how he's gonna. It's like I already know like Quanad and he's gonna try to take over the you know how it is. You already know how he gets. So like he's gonna try to take over everything and it's gonna turn into a debate. And I don't want it to turn like that. You know, I actually just want to be respectful.
Yeah,
Like
don't
if
don't
those are the
don't.
man, if those.
Hold on. Don't bring up the next person, okay? I understand that you got a problem with certain people, but that man ain't even here. So don't bring him up in a conversation that he ain't even talking about. You know, you don't know if he know him or not. So don't, put him in the same category with an argument you have.
I'm just saying, I just don't want it
Yeah,
to like, I
deal
don't
with
want it
what
to
he's
lead to.
talking about.
Like,
Don't
Hey
do that.
Hondo, can I ask you a
Yeah.
question real quick?
Yes.
I would agree with you when it comes to the southern tribes, specifically Judah, Benjamin, Levi, and just going by the text that they were mainly of a Negroid phenotype. But when it comes to the 10 tribes, northern kingdoms, what would be your stance on that? Just when it comes to their phenotype and just going by the text of how we see that they was lost. They was the ones that, they crossed over to another land, just going by the Ezra, you know what I'm saying, and also in the Holy Bible. So what would be your stance on the 10 tribes, them phenotypically? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. What land did they cross over into?
It say Arsaris.
that's a
According
Greek, sir.
to
That's a
the
Greek book,
Apocrypha,
sir.
right?
Hey, that's a Greek book, sir. Second Ezra is a Greek book. You can't use Second Ezra. That's a Greek book.
That's according to. Oh yeah, I'm gonna bring it to you now.
You
Okay,
can't use.
that's
You
I
according
can't
mean,
use
that's
that.
to.
You
fine. Yeah,
can't
that's
use.
fine. That's fine. If you can say you don't want to deal with that, but it's still that point still stands.
No,
He
I'm
could
dealing
still
with
read
it.
in the
I'm
Holy
dealing with
Bible.
it.
Oh,
Hey,
I was just
I'm not
responding to him, brother.
arguing.
I was just
We
responding
just talking.
to C. Fardine.
Okay, you
Hey,
say
like
Osiris.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
that's you can't use a Greek book.
who called? Let me be quiet.
Oh,
You
no, no,
can't you
no.
can't
Go
use
ahead,
the
go
Greek
in, because he
you
talking
can't use the
about we
Greek
can't
book.
use the 1611 and that it's a Greek book. Meanwhile, you talking about you using the
Second
Talmud,
Ezra is a
brother.
Greek
You
book,
just
sir.
said
Where
you
are
use
your
the
Aramaic
Talmud.
and Torah manuscripts? Do you subscribe to your house Torah manuscripts?
Yo, I subscribe to the King James Bible, brother. 1611
Okay, so
Apocrypha.
you follow the Matthew the Revelation Bible bitch book. That's what you follow.
Nah, I subscribe to the 1611 King James book, brother.
You're reading Greek books, sir. You're supposed to read from Hebrew and Aramaic. That's
To
what
who?
real
To
Jews
you?
was
To
Hebrew and
you?
Aramaic.
To your understanding?
Real Jews
Can
spoke
I can
Hebrew
I
and
speak
Aramaic.
now, please?
Please do, Hundo,
Yeah,
because I was
Please
waiting
let
for
me
your
speak.
response, brother.
yeah, you can. Hold on, Honda. Don't be disrespectful, okay? Because, like I said, there's just because you don't study that, don't be disrespectful. Because there's people listening and they do study it. So don't be disrespectful. You can
Hey,
articulate.
Shalom, Karima.
Okay, yeah. Let Hondo go.
Shalom, Karima. No disrespect, Karima.
Okay, shalom to you too. Cause
If you need me to leave, I'll leave because I know I'll probably. If you need me to leave, I'll leave. Like,
no,
just
I
let
don't
me
want
know if you want to
no,
get me out of your if you want to get me out of your show. If you want to, because I know Jeremiah
no,
Judah probably don't like me.
no, don't go there.
I'm not Jeremiah Judah. I'm Hondo
Hold on.
Olatunde.
See, there you
Before
go.
you leave,
They ain't even here. I just muted you for a
before you
reason.
leave,
Hold on. Don't do that. Like I said, I don't have no problem with you. Don't start nothing. All I'm saying is give each brother that's trying to have a conversation with you enough time to get the information out. This is not the other platforms where y'all go back and forth and y'all having a debate and the discussion. No, this
Yeah,
is a
but that's how it's supposed to be. Like,
no, it's not. So don't be interrupting people like that because that's not how it's supposed to be. Okay? That's not how it was going. So when you come with that energy, you're going to come with, being disruptive. And I'm not trying to have that. So basically, allow a brother to finish the conversation because this ain't Judah Nazareth's platform. This ain't no other platform. So be respectful and come with it. Yeah. Okay. At the end of
Hey,
the day. That's how it
Karima,
goes.
I asked the brother Hondo about the 10 tribes, so I was waiting for
Go
his
ahead,
response on
Hondo.
that.
Go ahead. 'Cause I'm not trying to have that energy.
Okay. All right. According to the 10 tribes. Oh, okay. Now, you look at the continent of Africa and you look at certain tribes on the African continent. They have those names of those 10 tribes, the northern kingdoms. Well,
right?
all it is not a lot of all you have to just look at the map and you see the names of those 10 tribes on the African continent. When you go to South Africa, you see the Levites. They are called the uh well, you see the whole kingdom of Ephraim on the continent. For like Ethiopia, you have the Phalashas, which they call themselves Gad.
Right.
These people,
I've heard these things before, for sure.
right? And they are called outcasts, you know, throughout the whole continent, not just in Ethiopia. They know where they came from. They keep the oral history, even though it's a lot of things are not written down. And then you look at certain areas and you look at the names of those people, and it will show you the tribes, the 10 tribes that come out of the Bible, you know what I'm saying, concerning the northern kingdom. Ephraim is on the continent of Africa, but I don't see how. If you look at the map, I don't see how you can't see it. Some people can't see it.
So you saying they
It's just
all
the
just
words
only
are
went
being
into
twisted a
Africa?
little bit.
You saying that they all of the 10 tribes, they just rested in Africa? Because we do see remnants in India, you know what I'm saying? The Manasseh tribes, they claim that Manasseh went into India. You know what I'm saying? And we see this with a lot of different tribes where people, different nations are taking these names and saying that, you know, this is the tribe of Israel. They was over here. We see it in the Americas. You know what I mean? That Ephraim is over there in the Americas. You know
But
what I
when
mean?
you
So,
Stage 6440.
when you go to India and you see the people there, what's that tribe called?
the cities.
Yeah, the city people.
Yeah.
The city people. And if you look at them, you look at the same, you know, science. This is the thing about the Bible. Science and history can prove everything about what we say. When you look at the city people, they sit there and they are you know, they will tell you that oral history, they've been there for over 500 years. Then you go to other parts of what they call the Middle East, and you see, for instance, what's the name of that place? It's right below. My man not working right. But see, when we look at these people, they have been there for over 400 years themselves. When you go to that part of Saudi Arabia, not Saudi Arabia, right down below it. What's the name of it?
Yemen.
Yemen. That area right there, because you know you have a black people there that are oppressed right there also, and these people been there for over 400 years. But when you look at the scripture, it says that the house of Judah is the only ones that are scattered to the four corners of the earth. It don't say that. It don't say that all 12 tribes are scattered to the four corners of the earth. You know, excuse me that I don't have everything just perfectly
No,
lined
it
up
does
for
say.
you.
I think you might be misstating. I think I'm pretty sure it does say the entire house of Israel will be scattered to the four corners, for sure, for sure.
No, it was just the house of Judah, according to the book of Isaiah. I'm thinking it's chapter 11. They see.
Now I'm gonna have to go and
Okay,
grab my tablet, bro.
let me say this.
Tablet and pull it out now.
Let me say this. In when the northern kingdom had went into captivity in what was that Assyria, when they went into captivity in Assyria.
Yep.
Now, when they left Assyria, they were scattered. You seen them, they were scattered, and they left Assyria and went
according to the 16th, according to the book of Ezra, say they went to the land of Ezra. And that's the point of contention that, you know, we have with Hebrew Israelites. Some over here will say Ashereth was America. Some over there, some on the other side would say Ashereth was this other country.
Hey,
Some
would
people
you
would
say?
say
Would you
Ashereth
say?
don't even matter.
but when you look in the for I'm just saying this for the sake of the whole thing. When you look at the Old Testament, it says
Hey,
that
just let
he's
just
gonna
let me know when
call
I can
his
speak. Hey,
supplantants
just let me know when I
from
can speak. Hey, just
beyond
let me
the
know when I can
rivers of
speak.
Ethiopia,
Because I want to say
right?
something. Just let me know when I can speak. Just let me know when I can speak. Like, let me know when I can say something concerning that, like talking
It's
about
out
the
there.
Northern Kingdom. Just let me know. Just let me know when I can
You
speak and talk
literally have
about the Northern Kingdom.
Okay.
Okay, yeah,
But
you just let
anyway,
the brother finish. You know you'll see or you'll hear when you know it's enough time to jump in and say what you have to say,
yeah,
but don't interrupt them while he trying to explain because you make him lose his thought. Go ahead.
exactly. When he says, I'm going to call my supplanters from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. Now, when you look, it's just like in 70 AD, when they went from Jerusalem and went into West Africa, right? Now, they went beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. We can say that the rivers of Ethiopia is actually, you can call it the Nile. You can argue with me about that. I understand. But they went down into West Africa. Now, after this, you had Judah. Judah, when they left their captivity, they went into Spain and Portugal. And when they went into Spain and Portugal, then in the 1500s, then when King John, when he expelled them, because the Moors ran Europe at that time, and they went from there and they went into Spain and Portugal, and they say, oh, okay, we got to get these Negroes out of here. You had other people that had joined to them and wanted to keep the commandments and stuff that were Negroes, but all the Jews were black. So when they kicked them out of there, those were the house of Judah, which we know that the house of Judah wasn't just Judah. It was Judah and Benjamin and some of Levi. That was the southern kingdom. The northern kingdom already had settled on the continent of Africa when they left out of their captivity in Assyria. So their last captivity, Judah was spread throughout the four corners of the earth, not the whole 12 tribes.
Well,
I mean,
textually
according to the
speaking, in
scripture.
the text, it does say Israel, and when we see Israel referred in the text, that's referring to the entire nations. It's not just referring to just strictly Jew. I mean,
Which
Judah.
one?
I
Which
mean,
text?
it's all. I mean, the Holy Bible, brother. When they say Israel will be scattered to the countries, and I will bring you back as a little sanctuary, like this is talking about the entire 12 tribes. It's talking about the entire sons of Jacob, not just Judah.
What does Ezekiel 5 say?
What it say? Tell me. You gotta tell me
Ezekiel chapter 5.
what
Now,
verse, brother.
I don't have my Bible right in front of me, but I can get it if you want to hear it.
Hey, so I got a question. So you subscribe to the Matthew to Revelation Bible bitch book?
The what?
The Matthew to Revelation Bible bitch book manuscript?
I don't understand what you even saying, bro.
The Matthew to
Matthew.
Revelation Bible bitch book. You follow the Jesus man lamb creature. That's what you follow. I believe David is king, not Jesus.
I said Ezekiel. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
No,
Ezekiel in the Old
you
Testament.
just said
Do you read the book?
you
Do
just
you
said
read the
Bible.
Bible?
hold on. He basically being disrespectful. He said, "Do you
You
follow
just being retarded.
the New Testament?" And he gotta go. He gotta go. So we're not about to do that. Like I said, stop being disrespectful. At one minute you the New Testament, and now you coming back. Now you're trying to sound like Angel. You know what I mean? Come on now.
Who he
Go
trying
eat
to
some
who he trying to sound
tacos.
like? Hold on, who is he trying to sound like, Kareem?
Angel. He trying to sound like Angel. You know he bounced back and forth, and then he trying to. He's like a chameleon. He like adapt to people's attitudes and different doctrine, and you know what I mean. That's how Angel talks about. You know you know, but he ain't that disrespectful. This dude is trying to be disrespectful. He basically said, do you subscribe to the New Testament? Like, are you with the New Testament? And he just came on 2 shows ago saying that he subscribed to that. So I'm not. What is you doing? Like, you doing too much.
And I mentioned Ezekiel. That's in the Old Testament. What are you talking about? That's the prophets. What are you talking about? Yay. But, oh well.
All right, check this out real quick, brother. So I'm gonna bring this to your attention. So we know the most prominent captivities when it comes to the northern and the southern tribes. We know that the most prominent one with the northern tribe is Assyria. You would agree with that?
Right.
Right. So we see verbiage that is used all throughout the scriptures to where there's these prophecies of Assyria and Egypt. We would also assume that, well, we're not gonna assume. We already know that the entire nation of Israel was in Egypt, right? But it was Moses, who was a Levite, right? Who he was the most prominent, and it would be correct to assume, and you could, correct me if I'm wrong, but it would be correct to assume that Egypt would be synonymous with the southern tribes, with Judah, right? So when we go to scriptures like Isaiah 19:23, and we see it all throughout the text, but I could be wrong with this, right? Maybe my context is off with this, but we see it says, "In that day shall there shall be a highway out of Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrians shall come into Egypt, and the Egyptian into Assyria, and the Egyptians shall serve with the Assyrians. In that day shall Israel be the third with Egypt and with Assyria, even a blessing in the midst of the land, whom the Lord of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance." Right? So there's a lot of points of contention when it comes to this particular verse, and more specifically the one that I just stated at the end, 1925, where it says, "Blessed be my people Egypt, Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance." So I'm trying to get your attention to focus on the fact that Assyria is actually synonymous with the northern kingdoms, and Egypt is synonymous with the southern kingdom, right? Because at the end it says Israel, mine inheritance. So we see that these people, and it's a full allegory, right? It's showing us that the people who would be called back from Assyria is Israel. You know what I'm saying? Being that they were scattered. But in Isaiah, we're seeing that he is kind of boking the whole scattering in with Assyria. And he's also boking in the entire entire southern kingdom's scattering with Egypt. You following what I'm saying, brother? Because I can continue. There's a few more
I'm following.
precepts I could link to that. But I just want to make sure you following where I'm saying, what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I follow you.
So that would put that would put it down, bro. Like that's it. That chops it up. That chop up the entire doctrine you saying to where Judah was the only one that was scattered. Nah, Judah wasn't the only one that was scattered.
Okay, let me read this. You with me?
Yeah, for sure.
Isaiah chapter 11. And let's see. I'm gonna start at verse 12. "And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcast of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah." What did it say? The dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Okay.
You said,
Verse
hold
12.
on. Where we at now? You said
Isaiah chapter 11.
11:11.
11:12. Well, we can go to verse 11.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start at verse 11.
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Okay. Let's see. Let me go to verse 11. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, from Egypt, from Pathros, from Cush, and from Elam, from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. Verse 12, and he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel. Outcasts of Israel. Now, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Now, when you look at that term, the outcasts mean to be put out, right? Be put out of a city. Yeah, we don't like them. You can look at them like a bum, as some people say, or a homeless person. But the dispersed means they spread, around to these different places. Judah was spread to the four corners of the earth. Israel was put out of Jerusalem. Yes, they were put out of there. They end up going down in West Africa, in certain parts of Africa, all around north, south, east, west. And they settled there.
When you say
beyond the rivers of Ethiopia,
when you say put out,
it's a
what
text.
do you mean by hold on before we go there? You said put out. So do you mean that as in Israel put them out, as in they was cut off from
they was put out of the Holy Land.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, they were,
brother. They was cut off from the congregation.
Yeah, they were cut off before Judah was.
See, and that's why I disagree, because they was not cut off. They simply ran from the captivity. That's what the text tell us, brother. They say that they ran from the captivity so that they could practice their own ways, so that they could practice the laws to where they saw fit. They didn't say they was cut off.
Okay, let me ask you this. Now,
that's an entirely
let's look at things through a real perspective. Okay, the Azareth thing, who did it come from when they called the land of Azareth? Did that not come from Columbus, who used to read the Apocrypha all the time, and he called the people Indians, even though they was in West, so-called West Indies in Americas, and he was looking for a route to India, so he called them Indians.
Right.
So when he seen Azareth, did he not, could he not made a mistake in not understand that Azareth was a place on the continent? Because this the thing for me studying history. I ain't trying to say I know more than you or anything. I'm just saying that the continent of Africa, it was many places on the continent of Africa that it was just desolate. Nobody lived there. It was, and it was in 1992 that an explorer explored a place in Africa, and they called it not Dahomey. It was another place name that they called it. You know, it was a bunch of different names, but it were places on the African continent that nobody lived. It was a, you know, it was a place that was kind of, that's why they called it in ancient times, they called it the dark continent, because nobody lived in all these places. So, and you come up to the day, and then could you imagine? Okay, let me say this. Would it be feasible to say that they can walk from Jerusalem? Because I know the text in the Apocrypha, it says it took them a year and a half to make it to this place, right?
Right.
So if you walk a year and a half, in biblical times, from I'm just using terms that people use. In biblical times, a day's walk is 20 miles. So you can walk from Egypt into Israel. I think it was 30 days. But you got old people, you got children, you got sick people, you got all this. You're gonna walk from Egypt, go through the Euphrates. You gotta walk through the Euphrates, go into that part of Saudi Arabia, go up through Russia, go up through because it said it took a boat. The Euphrates River, you don't need a boat to actually travel down through there. It's not that deep. But then you gotta go, so the Native American account of it, you know how I know about it? Because my great grandfather was a Native American. So-called, whatever. I don't claim that. But anyway, so they go through the Bering Strait. They walking a whole mile, a whole year and a half they got to go through Siberia, Russia, Siberia. You got to go all the way down through, Canada, North America, get all the way down to, come on, man, in a year and a half, it don't make any sense. What would make sense if they left right there. They left the place where they was, and they crossed over the Euphrates, went down into, that Saudi Arabia area. Then they went past the rivers of Ethiopia and went down into, the sub-Saharan Africa, and, moved out, whatever other places. It don't make any sense. You have to hunt. You got to find food. You got people that can't walk that much. You got, a year and a half. They walk that far, and you don't need a boat to cross the Euphrates. I'm just looking at things from a scientific and historical perspective. The 12 tribe chart stuff is ridiculous. It is destroying our people. It's keeping them.
I could agree with that, but I still feel that there is a lot of validity to the chart, especially being that we know the southern tribes are more of a Negroid phenotype, and then when you come to the to the northern tribes, they're still somewhat of a mystery. You understand what I'm saying? Because again, you have these conspiracies with Arsarif, and we can sit up here debating and arguing who, where, who, what is Arsarif. We could even put that out of the equation, right? And we could just say,
Yep.
oh, we know we right. We could just put that out the equation and just focus on what the scriptures is telling us, that they left the land, right? And I heard everything you said about crossing into the land, and they got to do all this extra hunting and all of this, that, and the third. But the point still remains that they were scattered. They left the land of Israel. So it would be correct to assume that they went into different areas. Know what I'm saying? It wasn't just one particular area. And
Right.
also when you get into the New Testament, we see that there's, you know, this terms used like what does it say in James? I think it's James 1:1, where he says to the tribes that have been scattered, right? And we also do still see, I think it's Naphtali was still a part of still dwelling within the land. So we do see that there was remnants amongst the tribes of Judah even during that time. So I would give you that maybe those people who were still dwelling with Judah, and them Ephraimites ran into Africa. But what about the bulk of Ephraim? And when I say Ephraim, we know that Ephraim was the head tribe of the northern kingdoms, right? What about the bulk of them? They have to be mixed in with the four corners of the earth, brother. And I'm gonna find this scripture for you where it just say Israel scattered, and that is specifically talking about the entire nation as a collection, not just
They were
Judah.
scattered. Yeah, they were scattered. But the thing is,
it's a misnomer, and it's it's false to say that Judah was the only one scattered, though, brother. Like, that's crazy.
check this out. I'm not a debating person, so
me neither. I'm with the discussion.
Check out.
I'm definitely listening to everything you're saying, brother. I ain't here to cause contention and to set up traps and catch you in a I got you moments and all of that. Like I ain't here.
Exactly what I like. You know what I mean? So
I ain't here for all of that.
To do that, and that's what I was trying to get the other brother to do.
Yeah. But when if you just take the continent of Africa, take a map, look at it, remember the names of all the 12 tribes. That Dan, Gad, because Dan is over with, but Gad, Ephraim, Manasseh, all the 12 tribes. Look at the names of certain cities and see, do you see, it's gonna be, it ain't gonna be spelled exactly how you want it to be spelled, like it in the scripture, in the text, but it's gonna make you say, why? For example, when you look at in Ghana, the Akan people, and when you look at Genesis, you see it's a certain person in Genesis when is labeling the descendants of all this certain tribe, and then this person's name come up, and then these people will actually tell you, okay, that is our forefather. He came here first. He came here from here and there, and and they got oral history on it. I mean, we fell through a deception, the thing is that the people were that took our history and switched it up and switched up the days and times and stuff. This was all hid from us. But you can look at certain names of certain city states and everything. You can see those names still on the continent. And they will tell you, yeah, I'm from the tribe of such and such. It just, we are over here in the United States and we lost all that. They even know the difference between, they will tell you, they are taught when they go to school, the difference between a Shemite, a Hamite, between they know the difference between certain people on the continent. They know the difference. We just don't know the difference because we think, oh, when you mention Hamite, but they know the difference. They taught that in elementary school. They know the difference. They know they can look at you and tell who you are. When you see these people on the continent and they look like us, they have similar cultures to us. These are Shemitic people. These are these people that are, that are called Bantu speaking people. And I can tell you this too, because I know Kiswahili. If you know Kiswahili, you know Swahili, you can interpret the Paleo Hebrew, because all of those Bantu languages, just look at the Bantu peoples, all the Bantu peoples, most of them, as you got, I'm gonna say 90% of them, if you look at their language, they're when you look at their languages, they are a derivation of the ancient Hebrew. But you know how people spread out to different areas and they forget certain things and they speak things differently. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
Just like in Swahili you'll say Baba for father. Mm-hmm. We know in Paleo Hebrew is Abba. It just switched letter. It just switched one letter. And in there's many words I can show you that in the Hebrew, in the Paleo Hebrew, not the Yiddish, that European stuff, but it's, in different Bantu languages, because they all similar, that you can see is similar to Paleo Hebrew. And that's all I wanted to say. I don't got no problem.
You're making the point that being that we see the connection of the Bantu peoples with the Hebrew, that they are synonymous with the northern kingdoms, because that's what I'm really focusing on, brother. You understand what I'm saying? And I wanted to bring this to your attention because we see the issue with, some brothers that claim to be strictly Torah based. They don't mess with Yahweh Shai, right? And then you see people saying that the 12 tribes are strictly Negroes. Like, I just feel like I feel like it's false, because again, brother, there's way too many scriptures in this text that we hold so dearly that is contrary, to what a lot of you guys are teaching, man. Because like, I found a few of them, bro, like Jeremiah 30:11, for I am with thee, say the Lord, to save thee. Though I make a full end of all nations, whether I have scattered thee, yet Will I not make a full end of thee? But I will correct thee in measure and will not leave thee altogether unpunished. Like this is even talking about just the nations in general. Like we damn near everybody done been scattered. You see what I'm saying? 31:10. Hear the word of the Lord, O ye nations, declare it into the isles afar off, and say, he that scattered Israel will gather him and keep him as a shepherd does his flock. So again, like that's the net in the button. You know what I'm saying? Like he scattered Israel, will gather him, keep him as a shepherd does his flock. Right? Another one, Jeremiah 50:17. Israel is a scattered sheep. We see Israel, that's the collection of us. It ain't just saying the southern tribes. It's saying Israel as a collection. The lions have driven him away. First, the king of Assyria has devoured him. And last, this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, has broken his bones. So we see that we have been scattered on both regions, the northern region, the southern region. So, when it comes to just putting a specific phenotype on who the people are, I mean, we can do that based off past, right? We can use the scriptures to determine and use science at the same time to determine who these people look like, what type of genetics that they have. But when it comes to a future thing, we got to start using our spiritual eye to determine who Israel is at this point, because we literally see in the scriptures that both regions were scattered, southern and northern tribes, right?
Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay, if I got a brother, I'm gonna take my grandfather and his brother, for instance. My grandfather was brought over here. Well, my great grandfather and his brother. My great grandfather was brought here to Mississippi, to where is actually South Carolina. He was brought here. His brother stayed in Jamaica. Okay. Now, but most of the people that were brought through the slave trade, they were brought through, to the Caribbean first to be seasoned, and then they were sent. Most of them were sent to South America. So you had a few. You only had a few that were sent to the United States. So they both were scattered, right?
Yeah,
but
we agree on that.
Okay, my grandfather from the south, he from the north, but they still were scattered. But just say most of the people went to South America. So if I'm just saying for a thing, so just say if all of the people was taken to South America, but they say, hey, look at these few people right here. They from they a little different than these people. Let's take them to a spot a few hundred miles away from them. They still were scattered. It just they were scattered, they weren't all in the same place. And then the fact is, when we look at that's not neither here nor there. But when you look at genetics,
Okay.
It is hard for you to believe that we are akin to some Mexicans. The people
hard. That might be hard for you, brother. That might be hard for you, not for me though.
Let's look at this. Let's look at this.
Cause I grew up around Puerto Ricans and Hispanics, and
Yeah.
we all look white, we look black, we look
Um,
brown. So to me,
Puerto
I'm like,
Rican
yo,
is
I
just
see it.
somebody
I
grew up
see
on
it, brother.
Puerto Rican island. You know, they were mixed people. The black Puerto Ricans don't even deal with they don't even call themselves Puerto Ricans.
But
Now
that don't have
that
nothing
I
to do
know.
with it. That don't have
They
nothing to
don't
do with
call
it.
themselves Puerto Ricans. They consider the white people Puerto Ricans. The only people call themselves Puerto Ricans that are black or in the United States, they called it. They do that. On the island of Puerto Rico, black people don't call themselves Puerto Ricans. That's the white people. But anyway,
For sure.
they
But
just a
the
mixed
point,
breed of people.
for sure.
That's
But the
not a
point,
race.
but the point remains that this genetic has been mixed in. This Hebrew genetic has been mixed in with all forms of people, brother. And I'm saying I'm using Puerto Rican people, and you brought up Mexicans. You said that you can't tell if a Mexican. How'd you say it? You said you can't tell if a Mexican is what?
I said that Mexicans are not the same thing as we are.
For sure, not fully,
They're
not
they're
fully, but that's the point of the scriptures. Now we got to start talking about the text rather
okay.
than what we feel and what we think. But now, if
No.
we're gonna talk about the text, we got to deal with the text, and the text is telling us that we were swallowed up amongst the Gentiles, brother. So this whole
Okay.
thing about just blackity, 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 black, it don't go in context with the scriptures.
So is the scripture line when the Most High says that He is not going to let His people, when He says, what was that scripture? When He says that He's not going to let His people be let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Let me go to another angle.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
when you look at the slave trade in Southern and Mesoamerica, you ever been to Mexico?
Nah, but I got a lot of Mexican friends.
Okay, I've been to Mexico. When I went to Mexico, it's a place called Oaxaca. You go to Mexico, and anybody that lives in California know about this. Also, you go to southern Mexico, you will see black people sitting there, and they the ones, those black people that's Mexicans, that they always doing them bad, making little caricatures
Right,
about
they're
them on
proverbs.
TV,
They are
and the
proverbs.
big
Yeah, I know.
lips and
Yeah, I know.
big
We see it.
lips and black
We see
and
it everywhere.
making
We see
fun
it
of them
everywhere.
and everything.
We
But
see it
then
with the
you
cities.
have,
We see it with the cities in India. Like they are
yeah,
outcasted.
yeah.
Yeah, I know where you're going
But
with it, but
the
that still
city
don't deflect
people,
from
they
the
look
truth.
like us, don't it?
For sure.
Okay. Those black people in Mexico, they look like us too. They are did bad. But then you go into northern Mexico, the children of white people and Spaniards and all this and that, they hate black people. They will tell you from the door, I am a Spaniard. I am from Spain is our homeland. Why we can't accept that? But
Well,
those people that's dark skinned people, the dark skinned people that came through the slave trade, some of them mix. I don't have a problem with that if they mix. What I'm saying is why that 12 tribes chart you have showing white people. These are white Latinos on that chart saying those are our people, and they're not.
no, it's
Them is
making the
not
point
our
that
people.
they are mixed in with these people that are associated with these particular countries. It's not
Why?
saying that they just all black over there, but that they all mixed in. So there's a
Why?
chance that they may be.
why we can't claim the mixed and the black people though? That's all I'm saying. When you go to places, when you go to Mesoamerica, when you go to, why we can't claim the people that's stuck over in these poor areas that are mixed and black. You got some people that's darker than us there that look just like us, but you don't nobody claim them, but you claim those light-skinned people that say, I know black, I know black. I don't understand this. Why not? I don't have a problem with the mixed people. I don't have a problem with the dark skin, brown, and whatever like people. But why the white looking people they saying that's our people?
Did you see the video that Karima just showed with the African man that was saying, we not like y'all blacks, we different. Obama is ours, and Jesse Jackson is your Did you see that video that she posted?
Yeah, I saw it.
So you know where I'm going with this, right?
I want to hear it.
It's the same situation where you saying that a Mexican, he claiming his whiteness. The African doing the same thing. He claiming his African heritage. He don't care about this Bible. He care about his African heritage, to where he may very well be one of them tribes that you was just talking about. You see where I'm going with this, brother?
Go ahead, and then I'm gonna rebut.
No, I just made the point.
Okay.
The same context that you just put on the table, that a Mexican is claiming his white heritage. He a Spaniard. He's Spanish. This, that, and whatever. It's the same with these African people who claiming, nah, I'm African. Y'all blacks, y'all over there. But I'm, like I said, he may very well be a Hebrew. He may very well be one who is just like the blacks in America. He may very well be a Judite. He may very well be a Levite. But he want to claim his African heritage because, he black. For lack of a better word.
Check this out. When I went to the laundromat the other day, there's a lot of Mexicans in Mississippi. Okay. I seen this dude, he just as dark as I am. But he looked a little differently than I do. But I can tell he looked like kind of like a black dude around here. But the thing is, how come all those little short dudes, because Mexicans are the shortest people on earth, how come out of all those people, I'm sitting up there, they wasn't talking to him and doing it. Mexicans, they congregate together. They live together. They do everything together, but they wasn't talking to that dude. But I know he wasn't from the United States. I know he probably was from Venezuela or somewhere. But they weren't really messing with that dude. He was taller. He was taller than me. And he was dark skinned, and but I know he wasn't just regular. How come he was different than them? And then they wouldn't dealing with him. I know why. Because all those people that came through the slave trade, those are our people. Those people that went through the Spanish Inquisition, the Spanish going down there and sleeping with those black women down there, which were Hamites, sleeping with all those little short women down there and making babies and all this and that. Now, that's the reason why they light skinned, man. I mean, I don't understand how Nobody's seeing this. That was Hamitic people. African people circumnavigated the globe since the beginning of the time. They are the ones that showed the Europeans maps and how to travel around the world. They already were doing it. You can go and look at this right now that they think that you remember the richest man that is on record in history. His name was Mansa Musa.
Yeah, Mansa Musa.
Okay. They are attributing him to being the Aztec king down there in, Mesoamerica.
Oh, wow.
They attributing that to him, saying that's the same person. Cause but just like you look at the Olmec heads, you look at the Olmec heads, them more black people, they were a little different than us because they were Hamites. They was here before anybody. Then those people, Chinese looking people. Do you know that now I'm being serious, man. You can look all this up. You think I sound crazy. I might sound crazy. Those people that they call Native American.
I mean, they short, man. They share the same type of genetics for sure. They even get misconstrued with being from Asia. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the times,
yeah,
Mexicans, they have that Asian look about them for sure.
It is a scientific fact that if you go to South America, North America, or Central America, that's why I was saying Mesoamerica, those people, even the Chinese know it. That's why when a specific, I don't know, it was something that happened in Brazil, and then all those Chinese people came down there and were giving aid to them, because they were saying that this is our people. Chinese, other people know this stuff. We were just deceived. Those people that call themselves Native Americans, man, them Chinese people, them same people that came from Siberia. They the same people came from Siberia. I got 1% of that DNA in my blood.
Hey, look, man, I'm about to be out, but I'm gonna hit you with this one, right? Check me out. So, let me start from here. When I would Hosea 7:1, when I would have healed Israel, then the iniquity of Ephraim was discovered, and the wickedness of Samaria. For they commit falsehood, and the thief come in, and the troop of robbers spoiled without. And they consider not in their hearts that I remember all their wickedness. Now their own doings have beset them about. They are before my face. They make the king glad with their wickedness, and the princes with their lies. They are adulterers, as an oven heated by the baker, who cease from raising after he has netted the dough until it be leavened. Right? So in the day of our king, the princes have made him sick with bottles of wine. He stretched out his hand with scorners. For they have made ready their heart like an oven, while they lie in wait. Their bakers sleep all night. In the morning it burn as a flaming fire. They are all hot as an oven, and have devoured their judges. All their kings are fallen. There is none among them that call unto me. Ephraim, he has mixed himself among the people. Ephraim is a cake not turned. Strangers have devoured his strength, and he know not. Yea, gray hairs are here, and they are upon him, yet he does not know. And the pride of Israel testified to his face, and they do not return to the Lord their God, nor seek him for all this. Ephraim also is like a silly dove without heart. They call to Egypt. There you go again. We keep saying this Egypt in Assyria, allegory, you know what I'm saying, this metaphor. It say Ephraim also is like a silly dove without a heart. They call to Egypt, but they go to Assyria. So they keep on calling for these different nations to to redeem them, but they still going into captivity either way they look because they don't want to go back, right? They don't became, and it just showed you that Ephraim has mixed himself among the people, brother. Ephraim is a cake not turned. And before that, it kept saying that he's hot. You know what I'm saying? He's so he's so he's so into himself. You know what I'm saying? He's so hot headed to where he don't think he doing any wrong. He going out there mixing with the nations. He want to be down with the nations. He don't care. But the point of the text is that he has mixed himself, brother. You see what I'm saying? He's a cake not turned. So that might be the answer for why these Mexicans over there looking like Jet Li.
That sound like the black man to me. He loved the white women. Let me be quiet.
Yeah.
But anyway,
That's absolutely what it is, man. That's these people, they Hebrews, man. They Hebrews, man. They got and I don't really want to go to the whole discussion of if Israel started as a completely black nation, because I feel that we already know that this part of the world was, you know, if Shem, Ham, and Japhet. I think we would all agree that they were of a darker race, right? But something happened to where these nations, you know, the color, you know what I'm saying, of people started to change. That's a whole nother, conversation. But the point remains, man, that these people mix, man. They change. He's a cake not turned. Cake not turned. On top it's one color and the other color, you know what I'm saying, it's a different color. They ain't turn that cake over, bro. you know
yeah, I'm gonna leave it there, man. I ain't gonna get no more into it, but I got a lot of more stuff to say, but I'm gonna leave it alone. You know.
yeah, for sure. Respect, man. Shalom to you and yours, yo. Hey,
Yes,
Karima,
sir.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
I was wondering if I could possibly do a show just on, just the bond servant, and just like referring to Isaiah 14:1, how the stranger is supposed to join himself, you know what I'm saying, cleave
Yeah,
himself to the
just
nation.
basically leave the title that you want in here. You got Facebook?
I do have Facebook.
Yeah, hit me up on Facebook and give me the title, and then the date and the time, and I could do a flyer, and then I could put you on. You heard me?
Hey, Karima.
Yeah, you heard me?
My fault. Yeah, I did hear you. I tried to go off into the to my other app and it wouldn't let me speak. But what's the Facebook?
It's Karima,
How you spell it?
Kareema.
You said Karr.
No, Kareema, like Kareem, but put an A at the end of it.
Okay. And but it'll just have your name on it, or
Yeah,
am I going to see?
you'll see my face.
Okay, the same avatar that you got right now.
No, it's my
I just want to make sure it ain't gonna be difficult to find it on
no,
Facebook
it
because
shouldn't
it
be
might be
difficult.
100 million different
No,
Karimas.
it really ain't. But you can put my last name Powell.
Powell. Okay.
Karima Powell.
For sure. Hey, yeah, man, I appreciate you being consistent with these shows, because you definitely got a lot of heavy hitters that just come through and just drop the knowledge, So
Yeah, that's what's up. And anybody else that wants to yeah, that's my other name on Facebook too. I got two. So yeah, because they be trying to restrict me because I do my own little promotion. Yeah, they be trying to charge you, but
okay.
yeah, that's my other name on there. You gonna find both of them.
For
But
sure.
yeah, you wanna anybody wanna do a show? I don't care what it is. I got your back. I ain't gonna let nobody attack you or try to get you off your topic, your square. Hit
For
me up.
sure. For sure. All right, y'all. Y'all stay blessed.
All right, you too, bro.
You too. And that goes for you too, Honda.
All right, Karima. I'm gonna see you later.
Right, yeah.
I'll praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they fear. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they fear. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Like what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Say my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespecting and we check the bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. If you broke, just say it. Yo, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they fear. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they fear. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give a room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The odds set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of odds pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Put most high first, none above. Tech in the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they barely now. Came on slave ships, and you not black. You know they tell you everything. Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel heat. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they fear. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they fear. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Haunt this here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.